I am so full of shit. I am so full of shit with what I just posted, you guys. It's unbelievable. 90%. I want to get 90% done with the squad in one stream. I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna succeed. Whatever. We're gonna slap paint. I'm trying to get faster. I'm trying to get these armies done. Where you at, Pretzel? You coming in? Yeah. There's some music. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Howdy to each and every one of you. Dark Traveler Miniatures hitting that 13-month streak. Thank you so much for your continued support, but thank you more than anything just for hanging out, man. That's really what I'm after. I maintain this stream. Its purpose is to have me sitting here actually getting some freaking painting done at least twice, if not 3 times a week. It keeps me motivated, keeps me moving. Ren, Momo, how you doing today? Sumatha, you were indeed first. Mike, the Shiny Mew, Mr. Square Peg, oh my, the Cookie Mama. There we got Roland, there's 1000 Young. Oh man, all the cool kids indeed. Desert Owl. Yeah, the anniversary was nice. We ate at a restaurant I hadn't been to before. What was it called? Somebody's Montana Grill. I've got it written someplace. This is really kind of my speed. It was well priced. They seem to specialize in bison. And so I was looking at the menu and I was like, I really want to get myself a steak. Like, I don't eat that many steaks these days, but I enjoy a good, rare, well-marbled steak. And the guy talked me into trying bison. I was like, I've never really had a bison steak. I like the idea of having bison. What with living in Colorado, it's a bit like if aliens were to invade the planet Earth and wipe out the human race, but then farm us in tiny little communes and then serve us as a specialty in the places where we formerly lived. And so I was like, this is wonderful. It's incredibly dark. This is fantastic. API error. I'm getting an API error on the Thunderbot. Why? Why is that happening? I have literally no idea. What could be the cause of that? Our shoutouts might be a little fucked tonight, folks. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I've never had that happen before. Yeah, API error is absolutely my favorite. But anyway, so I had a bone-in bison ribeye. And what did I have? I had like a Parmesan roasted broccoli and some slices of tomato with like a balsamic reduction. And yeah, I do. Yeah, that is going to be the move. I'll see if I can get that done while we're doing our little forecast bit here. The weird thing is that usually when its token needs reset, it doesn't work at all. So that's an odd reaction. But yeah, it was tomato slices with a balsamic reduction and then these big chunks of blue cheese on it. It was it was wonderful. It was well priced. The service was nice. All in all, it was kind of an ideal dining experience. We talked about going someplace like real fancy, someplace where you got to dress up, and I have never in my life had a dining experience. Now, I've had good dining experiences at places with dress codes. Okay, I've had some really, really good ones. Wonderful dining experiences, even. I have never had a dining experience that makes it worth, to me, being required to dress to a certain standard to go in the fucking restaurant. It's just never happened. Not when you factor in how much you're paying, also, on top of that. It's just not my style. Yeah, Ted's, right? That place was great. It was fantastic. Let me see about the token here. Hang on a minute. What's your problem, little bot? Your authorization token is good. At least it says it is. God, do I have to generate another one right now? Alright, give me a minute. It's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. Just hang out and let's see if this fixes it. Unfortunately, sitting over here at my painting desk, I'm not as well equipped to do these tasks, but we'll get it done regardless. Gotta kind of look around my camera a bit here. That's always a fun time. Nocturnal Miniature, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Happy Heretic. I'm trying not to miss anybody as you come in. Just bear with me while I get this sorted out. We will get to the painting here shortly, and I've got a little something to show you folks, too. We're only 21 followers off from 2K. Shit, I gotta finish that Vader, or I'm not gonna have it to give out. I mean, it's pretty much done. I just need to make a few tweaks, and I was like, I'll do that later, and later became much later very quickly. As it does. As you do. Alright, I'm resetting this here token. There we go. Thunderbot. Yeah. Log in. Data Nerd, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah. The Remnant Troopers. Those are pretty cool. I like the cards that were done up for him, too. I just redid its token in the bot. I don't know if I need to redo the token on Twitch. I've literally never had to do that. Would somebody try a shout out real quick and see if that fixed it? Oh, I missed an E there. Son of a bitch. I reset the wrong token, I guess. Is this going to be the one that is on Twitch itself? I've literally never had this token go out before. So I'm like, shit, where do I fix it? I love new problems. I love problems that have never happened before. They make me feel like I'm a real professional, you know? Go to creator dashboard here. No, Dark Traveler. It's been used since the last update, and it worked just fine. Hang on, let me check something here. No... I always just go to Reddit when I have these problems, because somebody else is guaranteed to be having the same problem. All I'm finding on Reddit is that a lot of people are having the same problem as of the last month, and I'm not finding any solutions? I'm gonna shut the bot down and bring it back, and we'll see if that helps. Because it's been open for a little while, and sometimes it just needs, sometimes you just gotta, you know, unplug it and plug it back in, as they say. As one does. Bear with me. Technical difficulties, please stand by. Start you back up. How you doing, Mike? Good to see you. Alright, chatbots is coming to life. Its tokens have all been refreshed. Oh, I need to... So, I'm in a great deal of pain today. That foot problem I was having on Thursday... Ooh, hang on. I'm literally right now about to submerge my foot in a bucket of ice water that I have here, so just bear with me, because it's going to be a little... just a little... A little bit like that. Ooh. Oh, if I wasn't awake before, I sure am now. It's better than the alternative, though. It is better than the alternative. I'm going to be doing this for most of the stream. So yeah, the ankle problem I was having abated, but I think the way that I was walking on my foot... I should have just stayed off it. I think the way that I was walking on it caused some other problems. Because, completely different sort of pain for the last 2 days, but it is very real. So, icing it seems to be the key now. Ooh, boy oh boy. That is a feeling. Less of a feeling now, as I slowly lose all feeling. Alright, the bot... Let's see... The bot is connected. Would someone try a shout out for me real quick, please? If that fixed it, that's great. If it didn't fix it, I might have to address this after the stream, and I apologize to anyone who won't be getting shouted out this stream. This is a problem other people apparently... Yep. This is a problem other people apparently have been having with Streamlabs chatbot recently, so I'm gonna have to do some investigation on this tonight. Hell. I'd rather not have to shift to another bot, but, you know, needs must sometimes. Let me drink my tea. My tea will make me feel better. Chronopia Kickstarter. Dino Man. I don't know what that is. It has not been asked. I think that's the first time I've ever read that word. Yeah, please do check pun expected. It would be a relief if I'm not the only person having the problem. Oh, God. Oh, my foot. Oh, this is... I'm going to be complaining about this a lot tonight. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize in advance. But you know what makes it feel better? It's divination. That tastes like evolution. Ah, cha-cha-cha-cha. Fantasy game from the late 90s. I am not familiar with it. I saw somebody painting Havoc figures recently. Does anybody remember Havoc? It was this funny little, like, pre-painted, pre-built, tabletop game that was put out by a toy company, and was basically just killed by poor marketing and poor release. They licensed it to one single toy store, I think in the US, and then they wouldn't sell the figures individually. You had to buy blind boosters, and it was like, ew, that didn't work out for them. They were... I think the line was canceled, and the company went under, like, before people even realized that it was being sold. And it sucks, because it was really cool. It was way over the top. It was like a super cheap alternative to Warhammer 40k. Yeah, there was Mage Knight, too. Yeah, we're enjoying some Earl Grey with lemon tonight. And, you know, I'm combining my top bald male influences tonight. We have a cup bearing the mark of Cain, and a drink bearing the mark of Picard. Ah. Yeah, me complaining, who would have thought? Well, I'll tell you, the ice water, while being a bit intense, it's better than just the pain. It is better than just the pain. We got a few things to get to, so I'm gonna continue enjoying my fine cup of divination. My feelings on Tiberium, better every sip. Oh my god. I tried playing Red Alert 2 again last night after God knows how long it's been. And I realized, I was like, oh, okay, I can't get Red Alert 2 for free online, like I can, but, you know, I couldn't get it for free online like I could Tiberium Sun, which has been made freely available. I couldn't get it on Steam. I was like, really? Red Alert 2 isn't on Steam? Okay, fine, it's an old game. It came out in like 2000. I found out I could buy it on Origin, so I bought their Ultimate Collection of Command & Conquer, and I am livid right now. Because as it turns out, they're allowed to sell you games on Origin, and they have done zero fucking work to make sure that those games actually run. It's like, I spent a solid hour and a half just trying to get Red Alert 2 to run at a decent speed on Windows 10. It is such a pain in the ass. Such a pain in the ass. Can't even get it to run at a decent resolution. There has been no effort made by EA whatsoever to update that game to modern systems, and it is a fucking shame. Because I don't like Red Alert 3. I've tried Red Alert 3. I remember playing Red Alert 3 and thinking, this is really campy and over the top. But I mean, Red Alert 2 was campy and over the top too. Red Alert 3 is a whole order of magnitude worse. And maybe I'm the only person who feels this way. Maybe I'm the only person who looks at the ladies of Red Alert 3 and thinks, really? 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 The allied mission briefers with the fucking, with the tops that are like ripped open to show their cleavage and the super short skirts and the little sexy poses, and I'm like, really? There was like a hot lady who gave you missions in Red Alert 2, but she was wearing a fucking uniform. She wasn't wearing some sexy pinup bullshit. It was like, it's what the hell? And the units are like too over the top, and the gameplay is really simplistic, and I don't like Red Alert 3. I've tried to play it. I'm like an Alzheimer's patient periodically with Red Alert 3. It's like I forget how I feel about it, and I'm like, it's Red Alert 3, I'll enjoy it. Let me try playing it again. I always get to the same point, which is like 2 missions into the Soviet campaign. I'm like, this fucking game sucks, and I quit every single time. I've never made it that much further. It's just not fun, and the Japanese units are just so goofy. So goofy. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely, WJ. They learned the wrong lessons from the previous games. And Roland, like, again, I went back to play some Red Alert 2, and I looked at the cutscenes, and I remember, like, because I looked at the ladies of Red Alert 3, and I was like, yeah, but, you know, Tanya was always kind of over the top. And I went back and looked at Tanya, and I'm like, she wasn't that bad. She was not that bad. She was over the top. She was silly, but she wasn't just like a fucking like a pinup cheesecake sex icon. That shit's ridiculous. I feel like, I guess I don't feel terribly insulted on the part of the women who played those roles, because I'm sure they got paid, and most of them are just models, so it's like, that's probably good work for them. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like being given missions by women who are going way out of their way to bounce their breasts in my face in a military game. I don't know. I guess there's nothing strictly wrong with it given the nature of the game and how over the top it is, but it's just not what I wanted out of a Red Alert 3. It was too much. Ric Flair wrestling a bear suit mascot because reasons for dorky. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Wow. I have forgotten some things. It's been a while. I'd love to play Red Alert 2, but apparently it's not possible. So it's weird to me that Tiberian Sun has been more modernized for modern computer systems than Red Alert 2. I don't get it. I can play Tiberian Sun just fine, even if the audio is a bit crazy at times. The Streamlabs did just update to version 102.6.7, had to retoken reconnect. See, I did an update recently though, pun expected, and it's not asking me to do an update now. What am I on? Yeah, I'm on 102.6.7. And this is the problem that it's giving me. You should try it on your channel and see if it's having the API error as well. Fantastic, Mike. I'm looking forward to seeing it. We got some other stuff to show though, before I forget about it. First of all, and this isn't really that exciting, but, you know, I'm excited by everything. Everything that I do is equally exciting to me. I'm working right now on the final pieces for the cargo yard terrain set, which I'm going to have some more pictures of here in the near future. I've started getting these ready to paint. You can actually see I've got a little setup over here of all the terrain that I've printed so far. I'm getting ready to give it a quick dry brush paint job, and I'm going to be showing off. I'm going to take it out to my game room, set up my camera, and I'm going to lay out, like, these are the pieces that I've printed. It's just like 4 or 5 of each piece. And I'm really trying to keep this set so it's like just print 2 or 3 of each piece, of each of the main 8 pieces or so, and just combine them in different ways, rather than print, you know, 30,000 of this clip print a bajillion of this particular piece, and everything's super bespoke, and we are going to just show off how many different arrangements I can make of the same pieces, because it's very exciting to me. No hexes, damn it, no. Everything's hexless. No hexes in this particular case. You know what? I thought of this, Roland, and it's the reason that I've titled all these new releases Techscape and not Hex Tech, okay? You see, Techscape ain't no hexes. Now, these aren't the most exciting thing, but I made a bunch of crates and boxes, and then I've been combining them into pre-made solid barricades. There's, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the printer now. So I have 8 variants in straight and curved, and these are all designed to fit on top of the surfaces that are in the terrain set. So if you're making arrangements of the crates with the little top surfaces, these will all fit on there and provide you with little barricades, or obviously you can use them at ground level. I've seen lots of things that include crates, but these are just pre-made cover barricades of different sizes. And I'll be painting these in the near future too, so you can actually see the details. You can't really when they're just in black PLA, but I'm really pretty happy with these designs. They all conform to a similar aesthetic as the shipping containers. And they've got a good... I've tested them with a bunch of different scales. I think anything from 25 to 35 to 38 millimeter scale will look pretty decent looking over these barricades. And I always like things like this because they're just easy scatter. You just toss it onto the field. You don't have to worry about arranging tiny pieces or anything like that. Like I said, we got big ones, we got small ones, we got curved pieces, we got straight pieces. You print, 2 of each of these, paint them up with a dry brush real quick, toss them out on your table. You've got a pretty good spread of cover. Let me move these out of the way. I have like a whole setup over here. I've been playing with the terrain. Like I said, I've got 2 pieces left to finish, and I'll be ready to release the set. And those 2 pieces are the, as named by Riot Sister, who came up with a great name for it, the Maelstrom cargo hauler, which is a 6-legged spider bot with a big ballast weight hanging off the back and a huge crane arm that can... I'm thinking of making it so you can actually connect the crane arm to the crates. I don't know. I'm thinking I'm gonna make it not so that it actually works, like you can connect it, so you can basically take one crate and glue it to one of... I'm not sure how I want to do it yet. But I'd like to make it so that you have the option of posing the Maelstrom either in an active mode with the legs extended, or alternate legs so that they're kind of folded up like it's in a parked mode. And then the crane arm works. Because I'm an obsessive weirdo, the crane arm, it's all functional. The question is, how functional do I want it to be? How much is too much? The crane arm moves. It can, it is designed, the claw is designed so that it will interlock with the specific pieces of those cargo containers. I don't know, I'm battling with it. We'll see where that winds up. Mike? And then the other piece I'm finishing is an as yet unnamed, it's just like a semi-truck. It's a flatbed hauling truck, with a rear trailer and then a truck on the front with a rotating pivot. And it's just designed with the same grid, so you can take the cargo containers and lock them in there, and then it becomes, just a cargo hauler. But with those 2 pieces, I'll be comfortable releasing the whole set. And with all those pieces, you'll be able to print pretty much just kind of 1 of everything and 2 of a few things, and fill up any damn table that you want. Any table at all. Speaking of making it to the tabletop, I've got something else. Spot for magnets. It's coming together. I'm going to make those decisions as I continue to work on it. I do like working on vehicles, Nico. They're a lot of fun. But I want to go ahead and take one moment to focus on something else here. Pay no attention to the fact that my entire view history is composed of red letter media. That's not important right now. What is important... And let me see. I don't want to full screen this. I'm just going to play it as it is right here. If I full screen it, I think that's gonna, because that's full screen and not full window, right? Oh, I'm gonna mute Pretzel, don't worry about that. Which, I thought I had a button here for muting Pretzel, but I didn't, so I'm just gonna do it manually. Pretzel, let's go ahead and just kinda blip like so, and let's have a look at the release video for Sumitha's own Operation Lancaster. There should be audio. Tell me if there's no audio. I mean, there's no audio right now, just hold on. Now there should be. Oh, this art is so fucking cool. This particular cover.
It's the final countdown.
Think of the same thing every time. Unexpected. Oh, we've already passed the Thunder Stud. That's past Shock. That was just a moment ago. I'm not gonna point it out, but it's there. Oh, I guess I'm subscribed to you on my personal account, but not on this one. So much cool art. So much cool art, and this is barely scratching the surface of what is in this TRO that is now freely available. And Sumitha, please feel free to post links as needed to get people hooked up with Operation Lancaster. I wanna see people grabbing those. Oh, and I should mention, the TRO includes, and I'm sure you could give me a number, Sumitha, a very, very large number of... No, what are you doing? God damn it, YouTube. Worthless piece of selling me ads for garbage. Unconscionable. But yeah, as you may be able to tell, almost everything else that I watch on YouTube, it's all Red Letter Media, Cranky Old Gamer, Red Letter Media, Red Letter Media. I have viewing habits, as it turns out. How many is it, Sumitha? How many mech sheets, how many readouts for special mechs of your own design are in the TRO? There are more than are currently available, but a lot of them, their models are available from Metalcore Collectibles. And if you hit exclamation point Metalcore in chat, actually, will it give you a link, or am I going to get an API error? Somebody try... It probably won't, because it's a specific link and it's not something different every time. Somebody try exclamation point Metalcore. See if that's functioning. I hate those ads, WJ. The ones where it's like they show some super simple game and they show somebody playing it badly. And yeah, that worked. Okay, so Metalcore Collectibles has a lot of the models, a lot of the very, very specific models with their loadouts that you will need to use the mechs that are in Operation Lancaster. So make sure you get over there and check that out. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a whole lot. That at least is working. Oh, my foot. Oh, God, okay. I told you I'm going to complain about it, and I still am. That's the goal. That is what they're trying to do to you, though, Mr. Altier. The goal is for you to look at the person fucking the game up and go, I could solve this puzzle, and you click, and then before you know it, they're asking you for your credit card information. It's so fucking insidious. It's worse than the Raid Shadow Legends bullshit, because at least that was an actual game, and they were just openly advertising it to you. Dark Traveler, I have not, to my knowledge. You didn't send that to my P.O. box. You sent that to my actual address, as I recall. So it will arrive here when it does, but it has not yet. Oh, my foot. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. This has been so much more of a problem. There are a few areas on your body where when they hurt, you just, like, you can't get around it, you know? Like your head, your back, your feet. When they hurt, you just hurt. Oh, I finished my tea here. Oh, my God. Maybe we'll get to 50% tonight. We'll see. Yeah, that's always a disappointment, Cookie Mama. Everything. It's 2022. Everything's a disappointment. And yeah, I saw the bit about the Chris Rock, Will Smith. That whole thing is such a. Let me tell you my usual interaction with that level of celebrity culture. I didn't know the Oscars were happening. I am those of you who know me, by the way, Autofire, thank you so much for the resub. I'm so sorry that I missed that a few minutes ago. Thank you so much for the resub, hitting that 4 months. Autofire, how you doing today? I'm a cinephile. I love movies. With that in mind, also, I just watched a movie called Censor. It's on Hulu right now. I think it released someplace else. It has Niv, I can't remember her last name, from Raised by Wolves. Go watch Censor. If you like kind of trippy, surreal, not quite horror, but definitely suspense and horror-esque film, something with a really kind of interesting, if not particularly narrative-focused story, and just really good acting and atmosphere, go watch Censor. Don't read anything about it. Go watch it. It's fucking amazing. But I'm a big cinephile. I love movies. I love shows. I pay zero attention to the Oscars. Zero. I literally did not know that it was happening. Foot pain brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Apply directly to forehead. So I was as surprised as everyone else was to learn that the Oscars were going on when I read that news, and then I watched the video and I was like, well, this is just ridiculous. It's all so tiresome. And now everybody's content on YouTube is all about Chris Rock this and Will Smith memes that, and it's like, some probably mentally fucked up and ill Scientologist flipped out at an award show. Like, I look at that and I'm both like kind of disgusted with Will Smith, but I'm also kind of disgusted with all of us for funding the lifestyle that made him and Jada Pinkett Smith's whole insanity possible. Both of those people are crazy. They're fucking crazy. Like, I'm not exaggerating. Like, oh, they're, you know, a little weird, and I'm just calling. No, they're fucking crazy. They are wildly out of touch narcissistic personalities that are being actively undermined by insidious fucking people in a cult of madness. And when I look at them and the toxic bullshit that they do, I feel this deep sense of sadness and sympathy for the fact that they probably could have been normal people, and now they never will be. So that's all I really take away from that is, wow, look at that mentally ill man have a breakdown in front of everybody. Great. Last 4 days have been insane. Operation Lancaster's now featured on 2 separate websites. Been given a shout out on Sarna. Been invited to make a podcast. Dude, do so. Renegade HPG. That dude, he's a lot of fun to talk to. He runs a good show. I'll very much be looking forward to watching that. You know, in that sense, Altier, I think we all kind of needed it. Like, we could all... I don't want to rag on that too much, because with things that are going on in Ukraine and such, which I'm not going to go into detail on, because this is not a place that you come to get news. This is a painting stream. I'm just going to say that I think we all right now are going to latch on to anything that comes along to distract us from it, because it's been a weird month. it's been an upsetting month or so that this has been going on, and I think all of us are feeling a little... We're getting that... those Cold War nerves, you know? WJ, maybe. I think that their kids have a chance yet. They're still young enough, but they have been done no favors so far. I look at Jaden Smith and I think, like, man, if you put me in that same situation, I'd be nuts too. I'd say crazy things. I say crazy things and I don't even have any money. Like, you know, he's a kid. Any other daughter whose name I don't remember. But, you know, my ultimate message on that subject is fuck them. I don't care about them. Let's do some work, shall we? Larabic, yeah, that should be noted in the title of the stream that I did it on. Mine is an auto-lock brand. I'm going to be painting some Maelstrom's Edge, getting started on my Karist Troopers. Last time we were painting... we worked on these Angel Minnows. I thought I'd give you guys a chance to see the results. For one painting session and a little bit of touch-up afterwards to get the crystals, I actually think these guys came out pretty good. Oh, come on. You're just fucking with me now, camera. Focus on the thing that's closest to you and dominating most of your screen. Thank you. There we go. So yeah, we got these guys done up last time. Got the vast majority of it done on stream, and then I just did the crystals real quick afterwards, which I came up with a method that I was pretty happy with for them. But this is much better than my old paint jobs on these guys. Oh, these were all done in oil. The only acrylic on here is the black around the edge of the base. And the primer. But I am loving these Gamblin' Radiants. They are the reason I was able to do the green and the magenta the way that I did. But for quick paint jobs, these came out nice. I'm going to try to keep that speed up on the rest of the set. And get some more practice on doing the crystals. Some of them are a little bit rough, but like I said, I'm kind of making up the method as I go. It's not really something I've done on bases before. Not in this style, anyway. But that I'm able to do it with just 2 colors relatively quickly is really nice. I'm glad Merlin Maelstrom's Edge is a great game. It's not a huge game. If you're looking for something that you can definitely get a competitive game of down at your friendly local game store, it's not going to be Maelstrom's Edge because almost nobody plays it, but... You know, I gave up on worrying about how many people in my local community play games a while ago. I just like interesting models, and I like interesting game systems, and Maelstrom's Edge has really interesting lore, really cool models, really, really well priced. It's done by a bunch of good dudes who are just excited about the hobby. And the game itself, like the gameplay, is excellent, which is more important to me than almost anything else. Man, these Angel Minnows came out nice, though. What is the best way to pin a resin model? So that depends on a lot of factors, Dark Traveler. My personally preferred pin is just a paper clip, for which I use a, I want to say, 0.85 millimeter drill bit to seat. My recommendation would be whatever thickness you go with, whatever size drill bit, whatever size pin you go with, take a file, like a needle file. Oh, and go ahead and fling it at your desk. Take a file, and whatever part is going to be inside and actually getting pinned, rough it up. Rough it up with the file before you glue it. Give it some tooth, because otherwise slick metal pins won't hold as well as you think they will. How long? As much depth as you can reasonably get. I would try to go for at least a ½ an inch, generally speaking. Again, it depends on the model, though. It depends on how much depth you have to work with, how big the join is, how much stress is going to be put on it, how it's keyed in the first place. You kind of have to play it very, very specifically to the model that you're working on. let's go ahead and get started. I like I said, I was completely full of shit on how much I'm gonna get done tonight. What between all the crap I'm showing off and my complaining about my foot and whatnot, but oh yeah, and we're gonna be doing some Mantic stuff in the near future. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Dead Zone or Firefight. We'll be doing some Mantic stuff. I've got to work rebasing my Forge Fathers to start with. We got some Space Dwarfs, which I'm gonna use the same bases on in different colors because they just seem appropriate for rock and stone, as the case may be. We're not gonna do those tonight, but we are gonna work on them in the near future. Which one is the skirmish game, Dead Zone or Firefight? So Dead Zone is the smallest version of the game. There are now 3 levels of the game. There is Dead Zone, there's Firefight, and there's Warpath. And they increase in size in that order. Dead Zone is played on a grid, and it's using individual specifically chosen models as part of like a little kill team. And then Firefight is a bigger version of that I would describe as... It still has like 40 to 60 model counts for the overall game, but it's somewhere between skirmish and a full-size war game, because that full-size Warpath use a lot more minis than that. I'm never going to go past Firefight. Legion-ish, yeah, that's fair to say. Dead Zone is much smaller. The nice thing about Mantic is, first of all, their rules are great. Their new systems, their new edition updates are nice. They have standardized the rules between like Dead Zone and Firefight, so the stats for a model in Dead Zone will be nearly identical to their stats in Firefight. So you can kind of easily transition up from one to the other. The new rules for Dead Zone are fantastic. They've fixed a lot of the balance issues in it. There's a lot of cool factions. They're redoing a lot of the models for like the Plague and the Marauders now, which is really nice. Like in terms of size, you mean like physical size on the tabletop, or in terms of scale? Size could mean so many things, Ren. It's very cool. It's very cool, Merlin. I like both games. And they got me to go in on the new Firefight 2nd Edition starters. I got the Veermin one to flesh out the Veermin that I already have because I love space rats. I just like them. And then I picked up the GCPS one because I'm not really a huge fan of the Enforcers, but the GCPS are a cool faction. And yeah, Space Dwarves. Dude, the Forge Fathers are cool. They're a really neat faction. I love, they're kind of hoovering up things that are left behind by 40k a little bit there and letting you play Space Rats and Space Dwarfs. The setting itself, the overall storyline of the Mantic Warpath universe, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know most of it. I could take it or leave it. I don't really care that much about it. I might get more into it in the near future. I just mostly love the models and the gameplay. Mantic stuff has gotten a lot better. Mantic, as far as I can tell, is a really good company. They make good rules, they make good models, they support everything that they do. Really, really well. Alright. I need to mix up my pre-glazes real quick. I'm going to try using Asphaltum as a pre-glaze tonight. I haven't used it before, but I have seen it used as a strong staining color in the recent past, and I want to give it a shot. Oh, that is mostly oil that is coming out of that. Let me separate it a little bit. Okay, there we go. Get some actual paint. There we go, there's some of that asphaltum. And grab some indigo. That'll be my other pre-glazed color. Galactic Co-Prosperity Sphere, thank you. Yeah, that's the good guy. Warpath is one of those settings where it's like there are no good guys. The human factions are kind of feckless corporate drones, you know? Am I streaming Friday? No, but I will be Thursday. And Mantic makes good games. I've never, ever... The only problem I've ever had with the Mantic game was Dead Zone 2nd Edition, and it was just because the Veermin lists were balanced poorly to the point where I found a really optimal build for Veermin, and I never veered away from it. And that's not... I lose interest if that happens. But they are human, yeah, that's true. GCPS are human, and the Enforcers are human. Because the Enforcers aren't, like, genetically modified, they're just really elite and have great equipment, as far as I know. Get a little ivory black here. But we are going to be painting my Dead Zone teams, so we're going to paint, if you're interested in seeing the factions, we're going to paint some Veermen, we're going to paint some Forge Fathers, we're going to paint some Enforcers, and then we're going to paint some GCPS down the line. Looking forward to any new game lately. Well, Firefight, you know, for the most part. Elder Nesala. As far as tabletop games go, I'm trying to limit myself right now, and mostly ignore everything that Games Workshop continues to do. Dreadball, yeah. All the same factions for Warpath are also in Dreadball, which is their sportsy game. In many ways, I think it's fair to say that Mantic is like a version of Games Workshop that is not as fucking predatory, and that continues to try to actually innovate in their game systems. The game systems for Mantic's, like Warpath, Firefight, Dead Zone, are, in my opinion, categorically superior to their comparable game systems from Games Workshop. I won't pretend like Mantic's models are better than Games Workshop, because they're not. Games Workshop models are kind of second to none. But the rules are much better, in my opinion. That and Maelstrom's Edge is about to release. They're beta testing right now the version 2 of their rule system, which is why I'm kind of revamping my models for that system, because I want to play more Maelstrom's Edge. It's a great game. I have not used Asphaltum as a pre-glaze before, so this is going to be slightly experimental. See how it goes. My go-to has become Van Dyke Brown. But I want to try this out, because it seems like it's a teeny bit warmer. Any advice on effect pieces like missiles firing from cannons? I was thinking of adding one to my Lehman Russ tank. So Vergaderung has been doing a bunch of those for BattleTech lately. I know that Deadly Print Studios makes a lot of pieces like that for home printing, and I highly recommend them. Their stuff is very high quality, it's creative, it's interesting, and it gives good opportunities for painting. I did not Nocturnal, though. I will be at the next one. Next year, I will be at Adepticon. We expect to see Space Dwarf progress. We'll see, Merlin. We'll see. By the way, Merlin, fucking good to see you, dude. How's things? Of course, you're taking off for the evening. So what am I asking you for? You have a great night, man, and thanks for stopping in. I know it can be tough for you, being on the other side of the pond and all. Let's get our pre-glazing done here. There for the first one it was. There for your first one. Oh, awesome, man. I'm glad you had fun. It seems like it was a good one. It's just nice that, you know, with the way things have been for the last few years, we're finally getting on a footing where we can go to conventions again. Because it's been rough. It's been real rough. MCP and AOS seem to be taking... I mean, MCP has been taking off for the duration of its existence. It had, well, if you mean MCP is taking off among the gaming crowd, that would be fairly new and actually kind of exciting, because MCP seems like it came onto the scene and it took off with two groups of people. That being people who were kind of feeling a little left behind by Privateer Press, and then Marvel/Disney mindless fan drones who don't know what the fucking minis game is, but will buy literally anything as long as their favorite character from the movies is in it. And that crowd, while it's always interesting to bring new crowds into the tabletop gaming community, that crowd never struck me as terribly sustainable. Because they're going to move on to whatever the fuck next property, whatever the next product from the brand is. They will move on relatively quickly. But picking up among the gaming community is good, because a lot of people got kind of left behind by the War Machine fiasco from Privateer Press, and from what I can tell, given that it's made by a lot of the same people who were there for the heyday of War Machine, MCP is being written for a competitive mindset. But yeah, I saw a lot of people were playing it, which is great. I feel attacked. Always. Always, Prinny. How you doing? It is Data Nerd. It is still in there. It has warmed significantly, though. I don't feel like I'm in any danger. It's just kind of comfortable. Helping Parabellum run demos. Yeah, I saw a lot of people seemed pretty interested in Conquest, which is excellent. But nobody cares about that to Square. What they care about is, will that particular group of people buy a bunch of models, put them on a shelf? That's the thing. Those people are good for an initial boost of sales and social media awareness. They're not good for sustaining a game, because once they realize they don't enjoy tabletop games, or some of them may realize that they do, and this is the best case scenario, realizing that tabletop games exist, there's something they should be playing, there's something that they enjoy. This is the best possible outcome from bringing in that crowd, is introducing people to a hobby they didn't know existed. But a lot of them, I would estimate, would not. I would imagine that a lot of them are already kind of petering out. I don't have any data to back that up. All I have is cynicism. But, you know, my cynicism has been proven right quite a lot. So, you know, I guess take it with a grain of salt, but I don't feel like I'm wrong. Yeah, there is no more frozen ice left in the ice bath at this point. It's just cold water. But it has already done quite a lot to alleviate the constant pain. I'll probably pull it out here in a minute. It's a mainline IP. You get that with Star Wars. No, I agree. Do Master Dave. I agree. It doesn't help that the game's not bad. It is a well-designed game with a competitive mindset in mind, which you can tell from the way the terrain rules are written, which is to say, terrain is a fucking afterthought. That game is designed to be played on a two-dimensional plane, which makes it not that interesting to me, but clearly interesting to a lot of people, and that's why I say, like, the War Machine crowd seemed like they would love the really tight rules and the combo-based interactions that the game is built on. It's not my type of game, though. And, chuck terrain at people in that game, so it's I mean, kinda, but that's, like, not really in the traditional game terrain sense. The terrain just exists as, like, I don't know. It's interactable, but it doesn't really have much effect on the flow of the battle in a strategic sense. It's much more... I feel like those games have more in common with a card game, like a TCG, than they do a war game like 40K. But that's just my personal feelings on it. What was I saying? I was saying something else. I can't remember what it was. God knows. I wish I knew, Automat. I wish I did. Well, yeah, because Hulk can throw things, but that's the thing, is the way the terrain is defined is so simplistic. It's like 1 through 4. Hulk can literally pick up a building and throw it at someone, which is like... You can pick up a building? Like, it's not picking up a piece of a building. It's not picking up chunks of a building. You literally take the building and you inflict damage and you remove the building from the board. So it's like, it doesn't really do that much. I think the biggest problem that I have with the way terrain functions in the game is that it doesn't as terrain. It functions almost exclusively as ammo. Because with the way the rules are written, if Crossbones is standing on the bottom of a building, one lateral inch away from Iron Man, who is standing on the top of the building, and they are vertically 10 inches away from each other, Crossbones can throw punches at Iron Man because there is no vertical component to the game. There is none. It is not baked into the rule system at all. Standing on top of things is effectively meaningless. There is a vertical component in the way that models are able to move up and down, but the way attacks are measured, no, not so much. It's like the terrain and the verticality of the game is an afterthought. Which is fine, because if you're trying to make a super competitive two-dimensional game, that's kind of what you want to do, but it doesn't tickle my fancy so much. Legion is very similar, and it's kind of the reason I'm avoiding those big IP games is, like, Fantasy Flight Games, and this is a personal peeve of mine, Fantasy Flight Games sacrificed their own proprietary IP, Rune Wars, on the altar of getting Star Wars licensed to them. I can't prove that this is what happened, but I was actively playtesting. I was one of the initial playtesters for both Star Wars Legion and Rune Wars. I playtested both of those core sets. You can find my name in those books if you want, and a lot of the expansions that came afterwards. And it felt to me, though again I have no proof, that Fantasy Flight Games sacrificed Rune Wars the Miniatures game in order to focus on Star Wars Legion. And to their credit, they did a fantastic job writing the rules for Star Wars Legion. It is a great game. It is well built from the ground up. Claim some credit for that, but not too much. But then they kind of got out of doing miniature games altogether after that, and I feel like they would have been better off focusing on their proprietary IP, because at the end of the day, the mouse decides he wants to pull your license, and you don't have a fucking game anymore. And I look at, like, Atomic Mass Games, and they're doing great right now with a bunch of IPs they don't own, and that's great. I'm glad they're making money. I'm glad they got all that marketing. But what happens when the mouse decides they're not the ones? What happens then? I'm sure they're covered to a degree. I'm sure that their contracts look good from their perspective, but do not underestimate the ability of Disney to reach you anywhere in the world, and fuck you. They have more money than God. They're printing US currency at this point. If they decide that their property is going to go to somebody else, there ain't shit you can do about it as a little company. Oh, they're going to breach a contract. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a real hard time paying for that. They're certainly not worried about what the gaming community thinks, and I think that it's a mistake ultimately to focus on external IPs like that. I'm no expert. This is just how I feel. You look at Games Workshop; they're doing real well, and you know what Games Workshop is never going to suffer from is somebody trying to take their IP, because they own every single piece of it. Not only do they own it, they're starting to own the words that they use in it. That's why Space Marines are now Primaris Marines. That's why the Dark Eldar are now Drukhari and the Eldar are now Eldari, because they're getting rid of every phrase that they don't fucking own. That is savvy. I may not like it, but that doesn't make it stupid. It might be avaricious, but it is not stupid. Meanwhile, companies like Atomic Mass Games, everything that they're built on is owned by somebody else, and maybe it'll never bite them in the ass. Maybe it never will. But it can. Kind of bit Fantasy Flight a few times. And I continue to mourn for Rune Wars. It was a great game. And they owned it, which is important. And the other problem also with those super popular IPs like Marvel is, okay, you have the license to make a Marvel game, you build your company on a Marvel game. What happens if/when, and again, maybe it'll never happen. Maybe it'll never happen, but what happens if/when Marvel fatigue really, really sets in? Which I feel like it has to be coming. A lot of people are fucking sick of Marvel. So what happens when that sets in and the player base just disappears overnight? And you don't own an IP. You don't own a game system that anyone gives a shit about. What happens to your company? I don't know. Again, I'm not saying that anything necessarily bad is going to happen to them. I'm just saying that they are very, very open. They're very at risk to that sort of play. Hey, Steal a Rebel? Well, there. There's a name I always enjoy seeing. There is a name whose IP I do not fear will suddenly be yanked out from under me. God, what an awkward transition. How you doing, Steel Rebel? Then AMG collapses like Privateer Press and the group goes on to the next. Yeah, which I don't like. I don't like it. I do not like it. If that's really what it's going to be, is just short-term profits and then bailing on the mothership and building another one, I'm not interested in your games. I'm not. Say what you will about Warhammer 40k and Games Workshop, and I do. They ain't going nowhere. Not for a long time. People need to be investing in their own IPs, building their own worlds, their own games, not just profiting off of whatever Instagram says people should buy this week. It's good to see you, Steel a Rebel. How's things? I'm also pretty sick of Disney. I just, like, I continue to watch some things, like, I'm gonna watch Obi-Wan, but, like, I'm not gonna watch Moon Knight. I'm not gonna do it. I don't care. I really just, for the love of God, Disney, shut the hell up. Unfortunately, Doom Master Dave, you're not wrong there, but they were sitting on something where if they had pushed for it, if they'd done it more smart or intelligently, they could have really had a great IP. And they've built the Rune Wars IP over a great number of years. Like, they have multiple games set in it. They got a bunch of different systems, but their problem is definitely moving on too quickly. I think recently they realized that their expansion into miniature games, like, they did better when they were just making board and card games, and I can't disagree with them. And that's kind of what they're focusing on now, and good for them, you know? Cherry blossoms in full bloom. I'm jealous. Haven't made any time to go see them yet? Well, I guess I'm not that jealous then, since you aren't enjoying them yet. You're not wrong, Shock21. Games Workshop has that market inertia. They have such a big chunk of a very inflexible market that it is hard to, like, it's almost impossible to achieve what they have. I don't know that anyone will ever reach the height of what Games Workshop has at this point. But I know that what isn't going to happen is a fucking fair weather pop culture IP is not going to be the next one. Oh, see, I've got more of a connection to Star Wars than Marvel, so that's going to hold me a little bit longer. But even then, like, what they're doing with Star Wars is so damn stupid, it can't forever. Yeah, it's unclear, Dwyer. It's unclear exactly how much influence or what Asmodee said in that time period. Like I said, I can't say for sure what happened, because I have never been privy to that information. All I know is that they bailed on Rune Wars fucking hard when Legion really picked up. And that made me sad because, man, we were actively testing expansions for that game that added so much to it, and they were just like, never mind, we're giving up on it. Like, oh. We were literally in the middle of a playtesting cycle when they canceled that game. Yep. Like I said, we were in the middle of a playtest cycle working on a new faction when they canceled that game right out from under us. We found out from our playtesting handlers. They were like, never mind. Like, oh shit, okay. They botched the release of Rune Wars really bad too, though. They dragged it out for way too long. They didn't give people the factions that they needed. So, Steela, other than not getting to see the cherry blossoms, how are things? I haven't been able to catch any of your streams lately. See that you've still had a few, though, and I'm very glad to see that you are still streaming, still painting. How goes the paint mixing? What was the new fact? I don't know if I'm really, like... I mean, you know... The odds of there being someone from Fantasy Flight Games in my chat who wants to come after me for violating an NDA on a game that they no longer produce or have any plans to produce, I guess it's pretty low, isn't it? But I think it would technically be a violation of my NDA, still. I will say that as a faction, they are very important and represented in other versions of the Rune Wars universe in their board games and RPGs and such. I don't know that it is shot. That's the thing. I'm not sure. It had the word perpetuity was in there when I signed it, technically. Probably not, but I don't want to get dinged, and, you know, they still send me invitations to playtest with them, so I don't want them to be like, ah, fuck that guy. Yeah, the Terranoth universe, that's the name for it. I still get invitations to playtest for them, and I would like that to continue. So if you're listening out there, Alex Davey... Actually, Alex Davey left, didn't he? Alex Davey doesn't work for FFG anymore. Fuck! That sucks. Alex was great. God, I'm all like, kind of shaky and a little... I apologize. I'm a little, like... I've been in a lot of pain for the last few days, and it's just got me kind of ragged, you know? So, I'm a little shaky-handed and a little slow tonight. Oh, it has been exhausting. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Doom. Again, the chances of that being an issue are very, very small, but when I weigh that against you getting to find out what the canceled faction was for a game that doesn't exist anymore, like, there's not that much to be gained. I'll just tell you there was a new faction, and it was going to be cool. It was going to be cool. I was looking forward to it. With the way they were talking about doing the models, they were starting to talk about having multi-part optional kits so that you would buy one kit, be able to build multiple different heroes out of it. Did they ever release Lord Vorenthul? They did, didn't they? He had a model. That was a great model. He was a vampire that would turn into a giant bat monster. I playtested the shit out of Vorenthul. He was my go-to. Yeah, where they just went back to making board and card games for the most part. Which, you know, that's kind of what they're best at. I think they did a great job venturing into minigames. Their rule writing department was fantastic. Rune Wars had the most innovative and elegant rule system for a rank and flank fantasy miniature game I've ever played in my life. I will not even slightly hesitate to declare that the rule system for Rune Wars was an order of magnitude better than Conquest or any other rank and flank fantasy game that exists today, including Kings of War. It was fucking magnificent, and now it's gone. Yeah, you know, let no one ever say that I'm consistent about anything. Except in my inconsistency. Damn, Grim Nation, that's precisely the opposite of their claim. So talking about being occasionally, often validated for my cynicism, I feel like based on Grim Nation's part 1 of his review in this news that they're not even dry now after 6 days, my cynicism relative to the Scale 75 oils was justified, was it not? Perhaps not in every single aspect, but in several. Oh, Legion is great. I'll tell you to where I will personally claim responsibility for keeping the... Because, oh my god, let me tell you, in the playtest forums, there was some drama. The weirdest drama ever was a bunch of people ganging up on me because I was very, very stridently insisting that they not add keywords if they didn't have to. I kept telling them, you already have keywords that do something similar to what you want to do. Don't invent a new keyword. Just put a number after this keyword, for the love of God. It is shocking how much argument it took for people to fucking listen to me. But I will say that that's the reason when they released tanks, they didn't have a completely new keyword just to describe what is now Armor X. They were trying to do a completely new keyword, and I was like, just, oh my god, why would you do that? Why would you have two keywords that do the same thing? You're just going to introduce new keywords every single time you release a new model? I didn't love the development process on Legion, because I will say that, well, certain people in the rule writing room liked certain movies more than others, and as a result, certain units for Star Wars Legion are just better than other ones, and that is based on nothing more than people liking, as I said, certain movies more than other ones, and that was upsetting and irritating. I enjoyed Rune Wars much more. Oh, Merlin, thank you for the reminder. Thunder rank flanks. Yeah, but the things they liked were not cool, though that's perhaps just opinion. You're not wrong to Square. I could. The dual dial system was, oh my god, it was amazing. It was incredible. It was some of the most fun I've ever had with a tabletop game. Well, my problem with it was that it didn't make any sense in the lore. Like, at all. I never liked how Death Troopers were balanced, and I argued against it quite a lot, but they just insisted, like, no, they're just gonna be better than everyone, no matter what. Like, oh, okay. Congratulations, you blocked out a bunch of other units. But they've gone through a few balance passes since then that have made them more reasonable than they were on release. I was very frustrated with the balancing passes that initially we went through for the Death Troopers. I should stop talking about it now, though. I just kind of got off on a tangent. Yeah, pretty much, WJ. I am not a fan of the mouse. Not at all. I grew up in Florida, so I have unfortunately seen just how fucking dark Disney really is. Dwyer, at the time, like, that's the thing. You should have seen them when we first got their untested cards. They were fucking crazy. And it was literally a case of one person in the development department who kept insisting they had to stay that way because he liked Rogue One so much. It was so fucking silly. They got toned down a lot, and I still think they wound up in a place that wasn't quite right. Kind of an uncontestable statement of mine. I apologize for that. You have no way of knowing, but there's so many things that are true of that in playtesting where it's like, oh my god, you should have seen the cards when they gave them to us the first time. It was crazy. And it was. And it stood out because other units weren't the same way. It was just those ones. Merlin, again, thank you for hanging out, dude. Thank you for pushing yourself a little bit past bedtime. Go get yourself some sleep, though, my friend. I'm not a fan of Rogue One, Happy Heretic. I tend to make hyperbolic statements. I speak largely in hyperbole. I won't sit here and say that it's the worst Star Wars movie, because it's not. Only because Star Wars has so many shitty movies. but it is among my least favorites of the new wave of Star Wars movies. I don't really like any of them, but Rogue One, like, I liked Solo a lot more than I liked Rogue One. Rogue One's first act, just from a film construction standpoint, is a mess. Oh my god. It's a great movie if you're a huge fan of Tell, Don't Show, I suppose. And then what sucks is that I really like Gareth Edwards as a director, and I feel like that movie was not an accurate reflection of his vision. They cut it all to pieces and added a bunch of crap at the end. And jumbled what he did make into something unrecognizable. It was a solid war movie, I suppose, but I didn't feel like it was a very good Star Wars movie. What are you going to add to the terrain after the ones you're finishing up now? Dino Man, so I have completed all the parts for the primary terrain. The only thing that is going to be added to the set are 2 vehicles. That being a cargo crane hauler with spider legs and a semi-truck that you can load the containers onto the back of. I disagree. I disagree categorically, Doom Master. I know that's a popular thing to say, and this is just a matter of preference. A lot of people feel that way, so, you know, you're not wrong. Because some people really, really want a lot of that. The funny thing is, I thought I agreed with you before I started getting that. I thought, oh, finally, something without Jedi. Oh, finally, and I realized that the only thing I give a shit about in Star Wars is, like, the primary Force arc and the mysticism. That's, like, the only part of it that I think I actually care about at this point. Because the rest of it is just, like, so kind of generic. After that, oh, it's done after that. Once I get those 2 done, Dino Matt, then I'm on to the next set. And that set's going to be released. Let's start removing some glaze and throw down some other colors, shall we? But I won't sit here and say that the Rogue One was bad or you should feel bad for liking it. If you like it, you like it. We all like different things. I was not a fan. Ocean's 11 in space with Han and Chewie, I'd watch that. Well, I don't know that I agree with that, Automat. I think that the opposite could be said. Star Wars itself is very generic. It's Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. It's you know, a knockoff Akira Kurosawa movie that happens to have lasers instead of steel. Why am I not cutting these into smaller parts? I know that I want to do that, and then I just don't do it. I agree, Shock21, and I'm not going to sit here and be like, the prequels were really good. You know what? You want to know my stance on Star Wars movies as far as rankings go? There's A New Hope, which is great. There's Empire Strikes Back, which is better. There's Return of the Jedi, which is lesser than either of those 2, and then almost everything after that is just dog shit. That's my opinion. So use that as a yardstick to gauge how much you give a shit about what I think. Because if that sounds batshit crazy to you, then just ignore what I say. If we had Jedis, but with food instead, what philosophy? Those are just cooks. Those are just chefs. That's all that is. And they say, at least there was a book published in the 2000s that I generally agree with, that there are only 7 stories. And every story out there is some variation of those 7 primary stories. And when you try to get too complex with it, when you try to get too highfalutin and think you're a better writer than you really are, you wind up making something kind of yawn-worthy that doesn't fire up the imagination. When you got too many cooks in the kitchen and you got no vision, which is where I felt like Rogue One fell apart. There was no real central vision to that movie. Things were just sort of happening. They were more concerned with creating characters for spin-off series, and then they did a bad job at that, in my opinion. Nothing makes me like a character more than when I learn about that character because the movie stops dead, has the character look into the camera and explain their backstory to me for 5 minutes. Nothing makes me happier than that. Except maybe when that's how every character is characterized. Oh my god. Oh, this is the part where the movie stops and Jyn Erso tells us who she is. That's great. I would have loved to watch that. That would have been great. I would have totally been into watching a movie about the character. It didn't happen at all. The most interesting part of her life happened off screen. Fuck. She's a rebel. How do I know? Because she keeps saying I'm a rebel. Oh, okay. That's great. And don't even get me started on that fucking Darth Vader scene. I hate that scene. I really do. I hate it because I want to love it and I can't. Because it's just so flagrantly obvious why I got put into the movie. And it was like, the movie's boring. We need something to happen. Darth Vader kills some people. Well, how do we make sense out of that? I don't care. Just put it in the movie. Oh, okay. And here we are. It would be amazing, Automat. It's shot amazingly. It is beautiful. It would have made a great 5-minute YouTube video. In the context of the film, it makes zero fucking sense, and it irritates the Christ out of me. It's beautifully shot. It's beautifully rendered. It is well imagined. It's well storyboarded. It's a lot of fun to watch. And then as soon as you think about, like, wait, what was happening there? It falls apart completely. And furthermore, I didn't really need to see Darth Vader doing that, but, you know, maybe that's just me. I don't know. I thought he was way more intimidating when he let his troops do the work. Like, he didn't need to dirty his hands. But obviously my conception of what's cool and intimidating is not what's in vogue, so... Instead, we get to see Darth Vader prove himself to be an incompetent, idiotic asshole who can't accomplish even a simple job. Not when the solution is right in front of him. I was so frustrated by that scene. He did everything except the one thing he went there to do. No, I'm not going to get off on it. I'm not going to lose myself in it, because I will complain about that scene for an extended period of time if I let myself. Well, yeah, they would be Automat, which is why it's funny to me that he stood in a room with the plans for the Death Star and completely failed to get his hands on them, despite the fact that he literally could have held out one finger and gone, and had them. And he just didn't. He just didn't. Instead, he's swinging into the laser swords and the blaster bolts, and he's pulling blasters out of people's hands, and it's like, you did literally everything except the one fucking thing you were there to do. And that's why it bothers me, is because it's so transparently just like, make Darth Vader dance. Make him clang his cymbals so people will spend the money, because people like Darth Vader. They like the laser swords. They like it when he does the Force things. Oh, he has a character? Fuck that. He has a laser sword. That's what sells. Make him swing it. Like, oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It irritates me. I disagree. You can't tell me that Anakin Skywalker in the Clone Wars was that much of a fucking duder. If anything, Darth Vader is portrayed as very, very competent. He is alarmingly competent at what he does, and he is laser focused on his goals. He's not going to be distracted by Joe Schmo rebel fucking trooper to the point that he utterly fails. Ugh. But he didn't even appear to be angry, Cookie Mama. He was casually and easily dispatching people and just letting them get the better of him because that's what the script said he was supposed to do. If he was that incompetent, you would just stop using him for anything. He would not be useful. Can't make toys out of character arcs. There you go, Suicide Prinny. You can't sell character arcs, and he had no character. That wasn't Darth Vader. That was just a black suit with a red lightsaber. That was a toy. His goal might have been to laser sword a bunch of troopers. Very possible, Doom Master Dave. To that I say, he's an idiot. That's what the movie's telling me. And the fucked up thing is, a better writer could have fixed that. A better writer could have fixed that easily. It's simple. It's so simple. You have a scene where Admiral Raddus has the Death Star plans and he is actively transmitting them to a rebel ship. You have Darth Vader on the opposite side of the ship fighting his way to Admiral Raddus and the transmitter. He gets there just as the transmission completes. It's too late. He kills Admiral Raddus and it's like, shit, the rebel trooper slowed me down just enough. You don't have him in the room with the fucking flash drive and have him not grab it when he has fucking magic. I'm sorry. It bugs me because I care. Why do I care? I don't know. Dr. Rhino, can you tell me why I care? Could a better writer fix why I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch? They could, probably not. There's some very talented writers who've worked on Cinnamon Toast Crunch and their various jingles and commercials over the years. And that probably has a lot to do with why you love it so much. Now, I'm not saying that Dr. Rhino has no agency. I'm just saying that he is easily distracted by catchy jingles. And I don't think he would even argue with me on that. Things like that frustrate me. When it comes down to, like, you change 2 lines in the script and the scene is fixed. That just tells me that the writers don't fucking care. That the writers are lazy and they don't give a shit. And that's what I got from that scene. They don't fucking care. And you know why they don't care? You know why they don't fucking care when they're writing Star Wars properties now? Because fuck you, you'll buy it anyway. Because we've proven over and over again that we will give them billions and billions and billions of dollars for the laziest shit they can possibly come up with as long as it bears the brand. Somehow, Palpatine has returned. No. Fucking Star Wars. Why am I doing this? I'm sorry. You can like whatever you want. If you like Rogue One, that's fine. It's a perfectly okay movie. It has some very likable things in it. I just don't like it. I don't even agree with what I just said. I think it's a poorly crafted movie in several ways, but it's not a hill I'm willing to die on. You know what, Steela? Go watch Censor. It's a fucking amazing movie. I just watched it. It's on Hulu. It stars Nev, what's her name, from Raised by Wolves. It's amazing. It's I would say it's a tight 90. It's 84 minutes. It's perfect. It's beautiful. It's a wonderful movie. Go watch it. Tell me what you think. I want to know. Look, man, Neil Breen makes great movies, okay? Why don't you cut it out with them negative waves? Alright, let's get some yellow ochre kicking here. I totally would, Data Nerd. Censor is fantastic. I never would have heard of it. I watched that on a recommendation from Red Letter Media's Half in the Bag reviews. It's one of those where they go, we're going to do spoilers, so if you care what we think, go watch it before you do this part. And so I stopped it and went and watched it, and it's... Oh my god. I really, really enjoyed it. It's kind of trippy, experimental, and very atmospheric. Has one of the more clever filmmaking tricks I've seen utilized in a good long while. I don't know, Suicide Prinny. I don't know. I can't quantify Breen. On some level, I feel like Breen is fucking with all of us, but I can't prove it. I don't have any actual proof. Let's do a little bit of work with... Do I have a flat? Do I have a small flat brush? I do. That's what I want. I haven't watched it, Prinny. I don't think I will. I'm just not interested. I won't comment on its quality because I haven't seen it. I don't know it. I'm a big fan of the first Ghostbusters movie. I have no intention of watching anything that's made after the passing of Harold Ramis. That's just me. I still resent the fact that Bill Murray held on to his rights, his right of refusal to make a third Ghostbusters movie until after Ramis died. That's really, really upsetting. And then I know that they go out of their way to, like, bring him back to life in digital form, and I also find that upsetting. So I'm just avoiding it. That very well may be possible, and I'll never know. I don't have to see every single movie that comes out. I do see a lot of them, but some I make the choice not to. I realize the irony that I then turn around and watch like Neil Breen movies, but Breen movies are fascinating for what they are. I haven't. I thought of that when I posted the meme the other day, Sumitha, about, like, new shows. Shows my friends tell me to watch, or in some cases give me the fucking DVDs for, and then watching an episode of Star Trek that I've seen 100 times, and you're kicking open door number 3. Admittedly, that is me. I'm terrible. Bear with me, Sumitha, I'll get there. I would not know. That is another one that I refuse to touch. I'm not watching anything that Paramount's doing. I'm not watching their fucking Halo series. I watched Star Trek Discovery Season 1, and that was all I needed. I'm done. Nope, get out of here. Fuck off. I think that they're probably fine shows in a vacuum, but they don't exist in a vacuum, and I unfortunately cannot forget what I took from Star Wars or from Star Trek when Star Trek was still Star Trek. I have had enough of the Alex Kurtzman mess. I wasn't a fan of any of the next-gen movies, and I don't really have any time for Discovery or Picard. They're better shows. There are better shows out there to be watching, you know? Woot indeed, Romeo Void. Thank you so much for the support. That tier 2 for 14 months, man. You are a bro among bros. How you doing, man? It's very good to see you. The Halo show is trashy. I've heard nothing but bad things about it. Just rewatch TNG. Yeah. I'm also waiting for the next season of The Orville, which should be coming soon, Steel. I am excited about that. The Orville's pretty great. The Orville is the best Star Trek show that is still technically on. piece I didn't remove here that I want to. Slice myself a little bit of sponge right quick. Bulldozer, good to see you. How you doing tonight, man? There we go. And hi to you as well, Romeo Void. And again, thank you so much for your support. Even if you're not sticking around, I always appreciate seeing you in chat, my friend, and I hope you have a good evening. I'm excited for the Batman. I've heard nothing but good things about it. Please, no spoilers in chat. I mean, I figure, you know, Batman wins in the end, but I would very much like to be surprised by what I can be in the new Matt Reeves film. Mike, welcome back. Well, you'll do stuff. Ooh, guys, if you spoil it, Rhino's gonna do stuff. Somebody spoil it. Spoil me, daddy. No, don't. Don't actually. I'm kidding. That is absolutely a joke. Do not spoil Batman. I will be upset if you do. Unreasonably so. I will be inconsolable. Shaq makes a cameo as Steel. Oh my god, I wish that were true. Superman dies and Shaq shows up like, I got this covered. Isn't he old now? Like, how old is Shaq? I honestly don't know. He was in his prime, like, 25 years ago. And he says, I am Kazam. That's what he says. I thought about leaning into the red, using some of that sienna, but I'm overthinking it. I'm just going right for the ochre, and then I'm going to go to white, and that's going to be my whole process for their armor, I think. Shaq is 50. Yeah, so he probably shouldn't be playing super well. Tom Cruise is pretty old, too. That dude runs like crazy. Are you watching me in VR, Mike? It's like my hands are your hands. Guide me. Guide me, user. Tom Cruise does everything like crazy. Yeah, you're not wrong. Dude hangs out with fucking David Miscavige, for God's sake. That is the very definition of crazy. Well, I'll decide something for you, Dark Traveler. Redeem it and pose me with a question, and I'll give you a decision. I know how hard sometimes it can be when you're hit with that analysis paralysis. Sometimes what you need is just an outside perspective, and I'll give you that. If you don't redeem it, then ask me a question. I'll just hem and haw and never give you a real answer. It'll be terrible. Dr. Rhino, why are you sad? When you get your models, just remember, I forgot to put the DVDs in there too. All it has is models and my oh no, oh no. That's okay. That's okay, Dr. Rhino. I really appreciate you getting those models for me, dude. And again, please let me know how much you spent so I can get you some money. Pretty please. Let me know. Alright, I'm loosening my process here because I'm already catching myself just kind of taking too long going over the details for what I'm trying to do here. So we are slapping paint faster. First one always goes a little bit slower, I think by necessity, because I'm still figuring out what parts are on the model. These look like GDI to me. Why the hate in Discord then? Maybe the colors. So far negative. And to be fair, these are neither Nod nor GDI. We're getting the yellows at the moment, though. And we're not going to stop there. I am a Brotherhood of Nod guy at the end of the day, though. Not like in a realistic sense, because in a realistic sense, the Brotherhood of Nod are like horrifying biological terrorists. But, you know, as far as it just, you know, picking a side in a fictional universe sense, because I think they cool. I always like Nod units more. I like playing as them more. Well, not just the bases. This faction, the Karist Enclave for Maelstrom's Edge, is very much, I believe, inspired by the Brotherhood of Nod. They have a similar relationship with a catastrophically occurring but very valuable resource. Rise up! We got the rockets! Let's go on a raid. And then the very uninspired Scorpion here. It wasn't just domination. In Tiberian Sun, and this is one of the weirdest things for me about, like, because I like Command and Conquer 3 as far as gameplay goes. I think it's fantastic. But storyline-wise, it just completely ditches all the previous narratives and goes in an insane direction. The Skrin are a weird introduction, particularly when they're like, oh, this was Kane's plan all along. And it's like, no, it wasn't. In Tiberian Sun, Kane didn't want to detonate a liquid Tiberium bomb to draw in an alien race. He wanted to mutate all of humanity into a controlled form of Tiberium evolution. He was trying to make humanity into post-humans and seed the world with Tiberium. And once we were all divine mutants, we would be healed by the presence of Tiberium rather than killed by it. And he would lead us forward into a golden age. And then they completely changed their minds when they made Command & Conquer 3. And by they, I mean probably executives at EA. Well, if that were the case, if they had intended that in Tiberian Sun, well, here's the thing, too. They completely changed the nature of Tiberium between Tiberian Sun and Command & Conquer 3 and 4. It's even written into the wiki that by the time... Because, like, Tiberium used to be... It was a life form. It was biological in and of itself. It grew from trees, it had funny little pods, it sent down roots, and then it grew crystals as its final form. But as of Command & Conquer 3, it is just a crystal lattice that converts matter around it into more crystal. Which I don't hate, I actually think that's kind of cooler than the biological aspect of it. But it clearly was not intended. They changed their minds somewhere in the process there. And if his intent was to draw the Skrin because the Skrin were coming, because that's what he does in Command & Conquer 3, is not that he's preparing people for the Skrin, he specifically draws the Skrin to Earth to fight them. And I guess to take control of one of their portals or something? But like I said, the climax of Tiberian Sun was the world-altering missile. He didn't want to draw the Skrin, he wanted to force humanity to mutate into its next form. And then rule over it. So then the question is, why would he change his plans to the liquid Tiberium bomb and not attempt the world-altering missile again? And the answer is that, well, it would be boring if the next game had exactly the same plot. But the nature of his plan was totally different. It's a retcon. No, it absolutely is. They brought aliens into Command & Conquer as early as Tiberian Sun, Shock 21. If you remember, the Tacitus was recovered from a crashed alien ship. So clearly it was intended for there to be aliens, but what form they would have taken is unknown. They just sort of decided they were going to be the Skrin and they were going to be invading in the third game. And then nothing that happened in Command & Conquer 4 matters because that game was shit. And you should not even look up what it does to the story because it's fucking bonkers. Well, okay, I don't count Easter eggs, though, WJ. I'm not going to count a Tiberium Wars Easter egg as part of the story, whereas Tiberian Sun very specifically has a UFO as part of the... Well, but I mean, he didn't view the Tacitus, though, Roland. He claims the Tacitus in Tiberian Sun, and by the end of the game, it's taken from him. In fact, no, according to the canon storyline, which is the GDI campaign, he never had the Tacitus. Well, that's not true. He had it long enough... Hold up. He had it long enough to integrate it with Cabal, so I guess he did. Because otherwise, Firestorm wouldn't have happened. I liked Cabal. I thought that was a neat direction to take the story. Cyborg evolution. Yeah, but that was after 3, WJ. Yeah, Dr. Rhino, but then if you follow the storyline all the way through to 4, Kane always knew about the aliens because Kane was an alien. God, I hate 4. Goddamn right, Happy Heretic. I agree, yeah, WJ, because they said it in Red Zones. They showed the mutated Tiberium trees again, they had Wolverines, they had Titans, they changed Nod infantry from the untrained militants back to the advanced combat armor-wearing troopers. Kane's Wrath very much felt like an apology for the existence of Command & Conquer 3. And that's why I think I enjoy playing it more than the primary game. That and Kane's Wrath hasn't received the multiplayer balance pass that totally destroyed Command & Conquer 3. And yeah, Legion was, I think, by the end of Kane's Wrath, meant to be like, we're doing Cabal again. In fact, explicitly, Cabal was a component of Legion. And there at the end of Kane's Wrath, Legion was attempting to merge with the Tacitus to essentially become Cabal version 2. But maybe one that wouldn't go quite so crazy and try to murder all of humanity. Who would you want to cast? In broad strokes, what story would you tell? That's a tough one for that particular property, Dr. Rhino, because you can't recast Joe Kukin. You can't do it. You can't have anyone else play Kane. He's played Kane way too many times. But you'd have to replace him, because, I mean, he's old. It's like he can't play Kane forever. But, you know, if the question is, you have to recast Kane, who do you choose? I mean, I don't like it, but I suppose I could engage with it. Have him be like a mysterious figure. Or here's a good one. Set it after Tiberian Sun, ignore Command and Conquer 3, and have Kane be a brain in a jar. Or, ooh, here's a good one. Post-Firestorm Crisis, Kane has been turned into a cyborg by Cabal. I would retcon enough of the story to have Kane be his physical form captured by Cabal and his body turned into a cyborg body. So Kane is at this point just a brain in a jar. And now all you need is Joe Coogan's voice. Have it so Kane, like, deep fakes himself for the populace, you know? I would drag Michael Bain out of whatever fucking closet he's hanging in, and he would play McNeil again. I'm not trying to imply that Michael Bain engages in autoerotic asphyxiation. That is not the implication of what I'm saying by hanging in a closet. He might. I don't know, but I don't think he does. Okay, they can do it, Happy Heretic. Is it a good idea? No. No, it isn't. It is not a good idea at all. I think the broad reaction to those events tells us that that is a terrible idea that nobody should recreate. Alright, I've got some of my Radiant White here. We're gonna start laying some of this in. Need another brush. There we go. And actually, we're gonna do Radiant Blue first. It's got kind of a purplish tone to it. You know, WJ, I feel like Carradine, like, it sucks, but at the same time, like, you die strangling yourself and jerking off, you have to accept that people are gonna joke about it forever. People still remember and respect the good roles that he did, but the fact is the man died jerking off. And is it dark? Yes. Is it a little bit tragic? A little. It is objectively funny, though. And I like to think that even David Carradine would find it funny in between, like, major drunken binges. I think the fact that he was an alcoholic is less funny than the fact that he died jerking off. Like, that seems more serious to me. Say that making it the way we remember him forever was a stroke. of genius. In many ways, it was the climax of his career. Yeah. I can see that, you know, but the thing is, like, with guys like Bruce, like, it's gonna be sad when he passes. It just will be, because we love Bruce. But with guys like Bruce, it's not sad in the same way that, like, oh, God, I should remember his name right now, but I'm live streaming and I have a tendency to forget names when I'm doing this. He played Chekhov most recently in the J.J. Abrams Star Wars movies, and he was in Green Room. Help me out. But people like him and Anton Yelchin, yeah, like, those deaths are super duper tragic when they happen to people so young, so early in their career, and when it's so senseless is what happened to him. Bruce Campbell is like, you know, we got a lot out of him. We got a huge body of work out of Bruce Campbell. He has given us so much. So the tragedy of his passing, like, it will be tragic that he dies. But he has not, like, his potential has been realized as an artist as far as what he can give to the world. And I'm not saying that's his only value as a human being, but I'm saying with people like Anton Yelchin, there's always that consideration of, like, he had so much more to give that he clearly wanted to, and he'll never get to do it. He'll never get to do it. And that sucks. He was great in Green Room. That movie makes me very uncomfortable in, like, a good way. Also, you get to see Patrick Stewart playing a crazed Nazi, which, that's just good, clean fun, you know? Yeah, and that's just it. It's just senseless. It's just senseless. Oh my god, Drax, I saw the casting for Uncharted, and, like, the Tom Holland casting in particular is just so, like, who's popular? Who do the kids like? Oh, they like that Spider-Man. Everybody likes that Spider-Man. Put Spider-Man in the movie. Does he look, sound, or act anything like the well-established main character? Shut up, the kids like Spider-Man. Like, oh god, okay. Guess that's what we're doing. This is just, you know, this is our life now. Seeing the same shit over and over and the same damn actors that Disney decides we have to like. Nothing against Tom Holland, the guy has done a great job with what he's been given, but he's being shoved down everybody's throats now. Tom Holland nails it as Nathan Drake. I'm not gonna pretend to know. I'm not gonna stand here and call you wrong, Roland, because I haven't seen the movie, nor am I likely to. But hearing that from someone that I trust, I will complain about it less, because, you know what? Maybe it was the right choice. I'm much more comfortable complaining about things that I've actually watched, which is perhaps why I hate watch things as much as I do. I have a hard time letting go of some things, though. Like, you tell me anybody other than Nolan North... I mean, obviously, I don't think Nolan North would play the role in live action, but I have a hard time letting go of that voice, you know? Mark Wahlberg needs to just be cast in movies like The Happening Until the End of Time, where he's like, whoa, my god, it's the trees, you guys, whoa! Hey, I'm a wicked smart science teacher, come on! That was a terrible accent. WJ, you have a fantastic evening, my friend. Might need to let this yellow set a little bit more before I go laying into it with full thickness white, but I'm gonna try it on this guy and see how I like it. I think it wants to, it wants an hour or so to cure before I do this step. I'll do this guy and see how it looks, and then I'll try the other guy's armor after a bit. Yeah, Marky Mark is in the Uncharted. I'm never gonna watch it though. Like, for me, Uncharted is one of those properties where even if they cast it well, I wouldn't watch it because like those games were basically movies. I don't understand why I would want to watch a movie of something that I already essentially watched as a movie. These games were incredibly cinematic, so what do I need a actual movie version of it for? It seems like it's designed, like, crap like that is designed for people who didn't play the games. Who want to consume a story that's only really good when you're interacting with it without having to interact with it. Just, you know, from the concepting stage, not necessarily an execution. Yeah, this is gonna work. As far as being simple and easy to replicate. A little bit of blending. A little bit of blending here and there. That'll pull it out. These are the first of the Karist Troopers that I'm doing, so I'm really just kind of futzing around on these ones, but the goal here is to just get paint job that I'm happy with so that I can do it to like 10 more of them and then just be done. The initial phases of a batch paint are always kind of like that. Get you some sleep, Rhino. Yeah, that's right, they're making a Sonic 2. With Knuckles and all, aren't they? I mean, you know, okay. I didn't watch the first one. I think I started to watch the first one, and I just had this moment a few minutes into the exposition where I was like, what the hell am I doing? Like with my life, what am I doing? This movie wasn't made for me. I don't give a shit about this. I'm gonna go watch something else. I think that's ultimately what it is. I can't say it was a bad movie. I've actually heard good things about that first Sonic movie for whatever reason. It's just not for me. Super Mario with John Leguizamo, right? That's the be-all, end-all right there, isn't it? With the characters... Their last name was Mario. They were the Mario brothers, so they're Mario Mario and Luigi Mario. What? The children's movie where the main character has to fish a medallion out from between a giant black lady's breasts? Yep, that's the one. That's the movie, alright. That movie was batshit crazy. That it even exists still blows my mind. I saw that shit in theaters. I'm sure, I feel certain that Steel Rebel has, yeah, damn it. Oh my god, she beat me to it. Ah, fuck. I was just, damn it, okay. Okay, I guess I've become just that predictable. I was like, oh, I've got a funny joke. Let me do the funny joke. And I look up and she's just stolen my thunder. Just right out from under me. You gotta be quick. You gotta be quick. Yeah, I think I can work with this. Yeah, I'm just head now. Ain't no more thunder to be had. I hope you're proud, Steela. I hope you're proud of what you've done. Stream is essentially over now. Like the whole thing. I'm gonna hand over my Twitch password to Steela. You keep what you kill, and I have been slain. Head Studio. Oh god, oh. There are some connotations there, aren't there? We're the best at what we do. Oh, Jesus Christ, Grim Nation. Fucking savage. I had my whole life ahead of me. the OnlyFans version of the stream. So the camera's just focused on the top of Thunder. Yeah, it's just it's this view for the entire stream. That's really gonna bring it in. Yeah, I think I've got the process pretty well worked out on these guys with some ideas for how long I need to let it cure before I do the final application of white. I think that's going to be the ticket, is just letting each one sit for an hour or so. Coming back to it, hitting it with that last bit of pure white. Getting the highlights in. Let's fool with something a little bit different the time that we have left, which is about a half hour, since I'm just kind of focusing in on this mini. I have a little bit of magenta that I can work with. So let's. You very well may. I mean, I can't say, obviously. Who knows what the future holds, but it's certainly a possibility. I just want to test out the application of this quinacridone magenta for the little glowing cybele parts that I want to do on these guys. Cybele being the Tiberium-esque material that they use. Quinacridone. Quinacrongadine. That's the stuff. Really, I still have this tendency to load my brush up with oil paint way too much. I gotta remember, I really need almost none. Almost none. Let's just slather some of it around here. A little bit up here. What colors have I been enjoying lately? I've been kind of experimenting with the metallics and liking what I got going on, but I've been using the Gamblin' Radiance quite a lot. They're just kind of a little cheat, a little easy way to get some nice saturated glow effects without having to kill myself dealing with not using white. I mean, you know, I'm not using white, I'm using Radiance instead, but they take a little bit of the thought out of it, which is always good for me. Let's just slather this around a little bit. And then remember that we can go ahead, and if we got a little too much in the spot, we can just kind of grab that and blend it out a bit. Yeah, there we go. Easy peasy. A little bit of glow. We got plenty of these guys to do, so we can work on how much concentration we want. And then I'm going to grab a little bit of our Radiant Red, which I need to thin down a touch. Radiant Lemon tastes like lemon. Mmm, yummy, yummy Radiance. They're very nice. I said, for doing, like, you know, quick paint jobs, being shortcuts, when I don't want to spend all my time thinking about every single color choice, I just want to slap down some paints. There's some easy rules of thumb for your radiance as far as go-to for doing highlights. Or I'm finding them, as I said, particularly good for glow effects, like these angel minnows, being able to do the magenta glow and the green glow on the crystals using essentially only 2 paints each. That's really nice. Riot's sister.
Hello there.
How you doing, Riot sister? How's life treating you? Well, I hope. You got a birthday coming up here. A lot of people have birthdays coming up here. Mine's going to be this weekend. Along with Vergata Rungs on exactly the same day. Which is madness. No, you are. You. A little bit heavier. Might do some more magenta around that. The radiant red can kind of take over a bit. It's okay, that's easy to strengthen. I just want to know how this looks before I commit to doing it on everybody else. Tending a headache. Oh, no. Yeah, the bot's been having some problems. And I gotta figure that out after the stream. It's having fucking API issues, apparently, and I guess I'm not the only person experiencing this. A number of other people using Streamlabs have been having the same problem lately. I didn't find any solutions right off the bat, but that doesn't mean they're not out there. How rude indeed. No, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to grab another blood. Another blush. Blush, blah, 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 blah. Another brush just to do a little touch of blendy, blendy, blend. Getting that nice sort of punched up, vibrant, hot pink is what I'm looking for. I can do more with the magenta. I was pretty soft on it. Haven't been getting all notifications in chat on your phone lately, like when someone follows. Oh, I am going to pull my foot out of the water now, because I'm just soaking in room temperature water, and that's not the most helpful thing. Oh, fuck. Ooh, hold on 1 second. Let me rearrange this. Oh, boy. soaking helped. I'm gonna do that again after. Oh, yikes. Okay. Big yikes. More foot soaking later. That has made it a little less stiff. You know, it can a little bit, Riot Sister. You take a wet washcloth and put it over your eyes. That always helps me. Haunted Miniatures, I have a foot injury of unknown origin at the moment. Which I think is one of those things that happens as you start to become old. I genuinely have no idea. I must have done something. But if you were to ask me what that something was, I really cannot say. Yeah, no, don't waterboard yourself. That's not helpful. Yeah, so the process needs a little bit of work, and I need to... I think it's workable though for these guys. Overall, this scheme should do me just fine. I'll refine as I go. They're foot troops. I gotta do a bunch of them. It don't matter. A little blending on the rougher areas. Ooh, I could do it around the barrel. That's a good idea. Let's grab a little magenta and do that. Just looking for all the good opportunities on the model itself to add in this third color. Hive Acolyte from Destiny. I haven't played enough of Destiny to know what anything looks like. Does it hurt on heal up a kill? No, Haunted Miniatures. It was an ankle problem, and then over the course of still walking around on my injured ankle, I turned it into like a tendon problem. All in all, it's been an interesting process. I ice it and I stay off it and it gets gradually better. And then at some point it will return when I least expect or need it. That'll be great. I try to elevate when I can, Drax. It's... I'm dealing with it. I'm dealing with it. And for the moment, the ice bath alleviates the pain. Well, I was supposed to have an appointment actually to get it looked at today, but that was a whole thing that didn't end up happening, and I'm kind of waiting on another one. Alright, so just, quick comparison start to finish. I want to do a little bit more with their armor, but as far as just being foot troops, I think this is a perfectly decent process to work with. Why can't I find my focal distance? There it is. Easy peasy. We'll worry about the crystals later. I'll do those all at the same time along with the bases. Now that I've actually got a good process for those. Well, thank you, Shaq. I want to do a little bit more work on them, yeah, but it's a little cluster of lenses I like to do in that same glowing magenta color. I don't think I'm going to do it on the main eye. I like the idea that just those three have a little glow to them. And these ones are low detail because they've got like 3 layers of paint on them. The later ones, the newer ones that I'm not repainting from an old paint job will be a little bit more defined, which is kind of why I'm doing these ones first. These ones can afford to look a little shitty. And if I can work out my process for the newer ones, I think that will be a good move. Wow, I completely fucked that up. I just mixed ochre into my white, which was not my intent. It was not my intent, chat. But that's okay. I'm gonna stop fucking with that. I will apply my phthalo green so that that can set a bit on my crystals, and then I can come at it later. So not 90%, but I would say 60 based on the difficulty of the remaining steps. That's perfectly acceptable. Crystals, after I figured out the order that I wanted to do the steps in, actually turned out to be real easy. It's just 2 colors. It's Phthalo Deep Green and then Radiant Lemon, and they go together beautifully. Oh, are the commands not working? I guess we haven't had any voice commands this chat. I clearly have to address the bot. It's not doing what it's supposed to do. Because you're a subscriber, it should work for you, Cookie Mama. Chatbot... Streamlabs chatbot is having some issues, I guess, as of the last update. Humble Tuga, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing today? Definitely pork. Yep. Yep. It's having some problems. Drobath, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, it's been a problem all night, Steela. I've having API problems with it too, which is weird. I looked that up on Reddit. Other people are having the same problem. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is, but it's something I'm going to have to take a closer look at before the next stream, certainly. Dwegham, just pooping in really quick to say hi. New job got me running around late and apparently pooping in streams on top of everything else. No, it's too late. We've committed. You're just pooping in. No big deal. I'm not thinning enough right now. That is much more like what I'm looking for. Just own it, Dwegham. Just pooping in. Having a little poo-poo. Hey, Kursala, everybody poops. Don't get all high and mighty on me. Dwegham, get some sleep, man. Get some sleep. Glad to hear the job's going well, though. Going to give us some hollow and round molding plane STLs. Wondering if I print them, they'll work well enough to make wood ones. Just for woodworking in general. Molding planes, eh? I don't know. Try it out. It would depend on the material and what sort of forces and, most importantly, heat the final print would be subjected to. PLA does have a tendency to deform when exposed to heat. Again, I'm not sure what sort of working conditions it would be. But with woodwork, there's a lot of friction. I just don't want to watch a shitty stream. It's more pooping jokes. We're still joking about the pooping. Oh, God. Ah. Yeah, PETG should stand up. PETG is also going to be more flexible. That's something to bear in mind. Oh, I forgot to do this guy. Definitely more heat resistant once printed, though. I think everybody laughs if you say duty too many times. How many times is too many times? I'm going like 3 or 4. Somebody says duty 3 or 4 times in a row, I'm gonna giggle. It's just gonna happen. Well, it's good to know what it takes to get you into the chat, Techno Sugar. How you doing? Easily the maturest of streams here on Twitch. I'd rather be a bastion of poop jokes than a hot tub streamer. Not that I could be, which I guess sort of makes that a pointless complaint, doesn't it? Pardon my grunting. You two are the ones I want to work with. You should get a fresh rinse. I'm going to go ahead and start getting cleaned up. We have about 4 minutes until the storm report starts, folks, so if you want to get those entries in, now is the time to do it. I'm going to rinse my brushes real quick. I'm going to take a short bio break, and I'll be back, and we'll go ahead and roll right on into showing your work as soon as I get back. Just a quick rinse for now. They'll get a proper clean later. I'm on a good track with these guys. I feel like I can just carry forward everything I'm doing and wind up with some Karist that I like the look of. Refine my process on these guys and apply it a little bit more carefully to the upcoming Forge Fathers team I intend to paint. But if I can just break this down into a series of simple steps like I kind of already have, that'll be perfect because I need to assembly line paint another 20 of these dudes. Still, I like the low model count in Maelstrom's Edge because that means even getting these 4 done, I am like a third of the way through painting my troopers. I only have 3 squads of troopers in a full-size list, and the most troopers in one squad is 5. And I am all about those low model counts these days. Oh, those Army Painter Quick Shade should be coming to me here pretty soon. That's something. Quick paint, speed paints, I guess the line is called. Oh yeah, I can get them up to this level pretty fast. And then do the bases, as I said, exactly the same as I did them for these guys, and this method is not difficult at all. And then we'll have our Karist troopers and their minnow accompaniment. I think it's funny they're called minnows, and they seem relatively small. When you look at it, they're larger than a human being. These things would be terrifying in person. Hey, what's up, Mafik? How you doing? Cover my oil palette so I don't make any messes. There's none that I don't intend to make. That's something. Nocturnal Miniatures, welcome back. I'm about to take just a little bit of a short break, and I will be right back, and we'll roll right into the storm report. Not quite, Ren. We're almost there. Vergaderung, good to see you, dude. I will see you again in just a second. Don't go anywhere. I'm watching. I don't know how, but conceivably I am. Just assume, you know, that when I'm looking like at the screen like this, that somehow I'm seeing you. Because I probably am. I'm special like that. I just spotted extra paints that needed putting away, and I want to do that before I go. Hang on. Because I realize if I don't put these back in their slots, I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna forget where they go. All right, I'll actually be right back. I swear, I'm serious this time. For cereal. Here we go. you know, I gotta say, getting up, walking around a little bit, doing a few things reminded me just how much pain I'm actually in right now. My painting time, this stream here, getting to hang out with you folks, y'all letting me just, like, rant inanely about disliking particular Star Wars movies, even though literally nothing in the world could possibly matter less than that. It's done a good job. Oh, you talking about the stringing? Yeah, it's not really that big a deal. It's not tuned perfectly, but right now I don't have the time to do the tuning. I'm just trying to get these damn prints done. This has been incredibly helpful to me, though. And thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight, even though this has absolutely not been... We're still going to do the Storm Report. I'm not ending the stream right now. This has not been my best stream ever. and I think it would have been legit to just say, I'm in pain, I don't want to stream, but honestly, I needed the distraction. I very much needed the distraction, because it has been just a miserable... Like, it's been weird, because I actually had a very pleasant weekend, but it's just been constantly marred by, like, every time I move, I'm in pain, and it sucks. After the Storm Report, I'm gonna load up another basin of ice water and give myself a soak. This was on the other printer, by the way. This just got done. This is another one of the small barricades of crates. You can kind of see the design. These came out nice. I'm looking forward to getting these painted here in the near future. Forgot wrong. I wish I fucking knew, dude. I have no idea what I did. Between the time that I got off the couch to go check on the cats and lock the door one night and getting to bed, I did something to my ankle. And then over the course of, and I think this was my mistake, instead of just getting off of my ankle and letting it heal, I continued to hobble around on it awkwardly and just, like, learn the angle where it didn't hurt so much. And I think over the course of doing that, I did something to my tendons and muscles in my foot, because the ankle is now fine, but now all the muscles and the tendons are super tight, and my big toe is all swollen up, and it's just so painful. Yeah, I messed up. So I'm trying to stay off of it. Trying to elevate my feet. I'm icing it to keep the swelling down. It's just like, I guess I'm just old. I don't know. It's been very unpleasant, and it has been intensely painful. Even as I sat here tonight, it has been very painful. So I thank you again for the period in which I've been able to just kind of forget about that. Got the gout? God, I hope not. I hope this isn't like, oh, you have gout now. It's in the spot. It's in the spot where I understand gout generally happens. That'd be just my fucking luck. Ugh. Just cut my damn feet off. Give me some, you know what? Of all the limbs I'd be okay with losing, like legs, and give me some of those, like, you know, the spring legs, the little looped pieces of spring steel. Give me some of those. I'll bounce around on those. Ankle diabetes of only the foot. Ah, damn it. It's, you know what it is? It's the fruit by the foot. That's what's doing it. It's all that sugar. And it's right there in the name, so it goes right to the feet. This makes sense, Gimishkar. This makes sense if you're batshit fucking crazy. I guess it makes perfect sense, right? Probably, maybe, no, okay. But it has been a number of times tonight, kind of. I don't know. I'm not my usual self. I'm not quite as engaged as I usually am, and I know that I'm not. So again, thank you guys for bearing with me tonight, and thanks for hanging out. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what you fine folk have been sharing.
All right, locusts and gentlemix, get ready to feast your eyes on glor pate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
All right. Let's see what we've got. Tonight up first. Oh, no. You got a fuzzy little spot to lay and everything. These cute little eyebrows. Little salt and pepper beard action going on here. Oh my, oh my. And wearing an adorable little sweater. None of my animals will tolerate wearing clothing. I know you got to start them on it young. I know that you have to start them on it young, or they'll just never get used to it, never fully accept it. And I never do. Even when I get a new dog, I don't know. I always develop the urge later on in their lives. And I'm like, maybe they'll just wear this one thing, but it's far too late for that. 13, 14. Did you start her early, though, is the question, Ren. I guess some just have more of a temperament for it, too. That's entirely possible. Did it cut off, Sumatha? I need to adjust the timing on that. Has it been cutting off every single time I've done that for the last year? And no one thought to tell me? I'll adjust the timing. Oh, thank you, everyone, for just letting me do that every single time. And never saying a word. I have the best audience. Pitbull likes wearing clothes right up until it starts to itch. So just like me. Babushka sweater, indeed. I like it. Ren. Just adorable. Here we have from Rockin' Robin Workshop. My color out of space theme Nurgle army. Hope the brightness of the theme burns your eyes. Indescribable. I can feel myself going mad just looking at it. Wonderful. Wonderful use of these particular tufts, which I normally look at and just go, ugh. But the fact that they're balanced with this goddamn hot pink magenta for the guts and the horns, which is balanced so wonderfully by this kind of drab olive green. These are fucking great. Oh my god, these, oh. Robin, you've known this for years. You've known this for literally years at this point, but I'm gonna tell you one more time, because you're here, and because I'm looking at this. I fucking love the way you paint, dude. I love the way you paint. You've got such a great eye for the composition of these figures, and for making them interesting, and for trying, like, fresh new things. Exactly, Shock. They're hideous in the best way. I love how all the little wounds and the pustules and the guts and the eyes, they're all that same just super vibrant pink magenta. That's gorgeous. I like the little white tips on the horns too. God damn, these look great, dude. Be an alien invasion in the Jet Set Radio universe. Man, I haven't thought about Jet Set Radio in years. Oh, Sumatha. I don't ignore you. I just don't see what you type sometimes. You know, it wasn't a great movie to wear Wildstar, but I give that movie some credit for what it was trying to do. Like, can you honestly name for me a movie based on a Lovecraft property that really does the story justice? I'm not saying that there aren't any better movies than The Color Out of Space, but they're very conceptual and experiential, and they work really, really well in literature, and they keep trying to adapt them to the screen, and I think the best adaptations have all been wild departures, or just sort of thematically linked, and not really direct adaptations of stories. I enjoy it. Honestly, I enjoy it. I think guilty pleasure is a good way to put it, Rockin' Robin Workshop, because I watched that movie and I thought to myself, this movie has problems, but I really enjoyed watching it. I think it has a couple of boring parts, but you get a pretty this is the thing with Nick Cage, man. Nick Cage never phones it in. He never phones it in. He'll do terrible movies, but he always gives it something, and as a result, anything he's in is worth watching to a degree. Annihilation, you know, I hadn't actually thought of it in that context, Robin, but Annihilation is kind of that concept a little bit more thought out. And it has a similar, like, upsetting beauty to it. You know, now that you say it, it might capture some of those Lovecraftian concepts better than almost any movie I've ever seen. The soldier in the pool who's missing the top half of his body, and it's like his guts have exploded outwards into this. It's a combination of like it looks gory and disgusting, but it's also fascinating and gorgeous in the way that the patterns and the colors all move outward, and it turns from this image of death into an image of vibrant life. It's astonishing. And then there's the bear. Which still haunts my nightmares a little bit. Yeah. To a degree, Robin. He certainly pioneered a lot of what I think was sort of a lingering concept in the psyche of man through his intense mental illness. Nick Cage is the hardest working actor in Hollywood. He, you know, like I said, he never phones it in. He'll do some shitty movies, but he'll never phone it in. These are gorgeous. These are fucking gorgeous. And I have to say, I said it at the beginning, I'm going to say it again. I don't really like these tufts. Just generally, every time I've looked at these, I look at them and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I would ever do with that. But I think that's your strength as a painter, as opposed to me, Robin, is I look at those, excuse me. I need to watch that still, Robin. I need to watch The Empty Man. It's long. It's like 2.5 hours long, and that always stops me. I'm always like, I don't really feel like watching anything over 90 minutes. But I've heard really, really good things about it from not just you, but from other people. So I am going to watch it. Can I recommend a movie to you, Robin? And really everybody in chat right now. If you haven't seen Censor, go watch it. I think it's on Hulu right now. Walter's Workshop, you included. Get your ass out there and watch Censor. I'm not going to promise you're going to like Censor. It might turn a lot of you off, but it won't offend anybody, probably. And it's only 84 minutes long. So I feel like you can afford to be wrong about it, but if you like it, you're going to really like it. I enjoyed the hell out of it. It's about a woman who is in the 1980s in England censoring what they called video nasties, which were like just sort of unregulated, culty, gore horror movies, of which there were a lot through the 70s and 80s. And because of the moral panic in Britain, which is sort of like our satanic panic over here, censor, C-E-N-S-O-R, censor. She works as a censor. She watches these movies and she takes diligent notes on what needs to be cut out. You know, like, okay, you know, remove the eye gouging scene, cut down the gut pulling to 30 seconds, don't show the face when he chops it with the butcher cleaver, you know, stuff like that. And I don't want to tell you anything else about it. Because you just go through it, and it's one of those movies that sort of grabs you and you follow along with the feeling of it. It's wonderful though. It has, and I can't remember her last name. It's Nev something, Nev Alleghi maybe. She's an Irish actress. She plays Sue in Raised by Wolves. Which I won't say anything about lest I spoil the latest season of Raised by Wolves for those of you who enjoy that insane bullshit. She's fantastic. The Void is really good. Rockin' Robin Workshop, The Void kind of wraps up my feelings on Lovecraft-based movies in general, which is that some of them are really good and none of them have good endings. None of them have... There we go, Nev Algar, thank you so much, Dwyer. No, I can't. I cannot explain Raised by Wolves. I don't think you should try to explain Raised by Wolves. Raised by Wolves is a series of cultural symbols and a loose narrative sort of moving through them. And I don't think Raised by Wolves is ever going to fully explain itself. I think that Raised by Wolves is one of those shows where you just kind of have to... You kind of just have to get the vibe. And you kind of just have to go with it. You know? If you're looking for an answer out of Raised by Wolves, I think you're going to be disappointed in the same way that if you watch, like, The Leftovers, and you keep asking, but what happened to the people? You're going to be disappointed. They're never going to tell you, because that's not what the show's about. But I love both of those shows, personally. See, Dwyer, I'm the opposite, in that I am really, really glad that Raised by Wolves is not set in the Aliens universe. I view it as, like, Prometheus is what Ridley Scott wanted to do, and because he had already done Aliens, he just sort of shoved them together, and that was a huge mistake. But you take the concepts of Prometheus and you extract them from the Aliens universe, and you put them in their own universe, and you get Raised by Wolves. It's a lot of the same concepts, but they're explored in a more sterile environment, and I think that it gives them more of a chance to breathe. Watched 3 episodes of Raised by Wolves, and I'm liking it. Pun expected, like I said, it gets fucking weird, dude. It gets fucking weird. It's helpful if you're well-versed in religious symbolism, because there's a lot of things that it's never gonna explain, but they have cultural significance, you know? The Spirit. I remember when that came out. I think most Lovecraft-type stories don't have good endings. I think you're right. And I think that maybe because the ending isn't the point, you know? And so when it comes time when it works better in literature, but when you get to the point of a movie where you're like, well, we have to end the movie now, it's kind of like, what do we do? Somebody explodes? I don't fucking know. That's kind of what happens in The Void. But, you know, as long as you're not hinging on that great ending, movies like The Void are very enjoyable. I very much recommend it. Watch The Void and watch Censor, and please let me know what you think. Reused lines who wrote in the Batman comic 2 years prior. Yeah, I never watched The Spirit. I remember when it came out. I think at the time, you know, I'm not a big Frank Miller fan. Kinda never have been. Like, I remember everybody getting really into Frank Miller, and I was like, oh, let's check out, like, The Dark Knight, you know, Returns, and I think it's not bad. I don't think anything Frank Miller has ever, he's never done anything bad. I just don't like it. It's not for me. Honestly, I'm with you, Walter's Workshop. I really am. I'm gonna stop lingering on this. Robin, you got me off on a whole tangent. That's the best compliment I can give you, dude. I looked at these minis, and I launched off on a whole fucking tangent. These minis are gorgeous. I love the execution of them. I love your use of color. I love your inspiration. Robin, you, sir, are an inspiration to us all, and thank you so much for sharing, dude. Alright, let's keep coming down here. Let's see what we've got from Mafik. They came from the ground, a Nod soldier yelled as their platoon was ambushed by a small group of mobile suits hiding in the desert during the Dimension conflict. Excuse me. I'm trying to be fair. Here's the thing, Walter's Workshop. I don't like to say things like that unless I've got an example ready to go. They're like, he did something bad and it was this. Offhand, I think that there's an argument to be made for most of his work. And the things that I would pick out as bad, I think other people would try to defend. And it's just not a hill I'm willing to die on. Like, I would launch into, like, Daredevil, the Man with No Fear, and how that fucking took a big dump on the character that I liked. I think most people would disagree with me, because I think The Man with No Fear is one of the more popular, runs. And, yeah. I think Frank Miller is a very depressed, cynical man, and it might seem ironic that I, as a cynical man, don't sympathize with his view of the world. But I don't. I think that he's just kind of dour and unlikable most of the time. He has a great eye for interesting storyboarding. I think it's the nicest thing I can possibly say about him. I think he's a shit writer. Yes, anyway. B77D, or The Dead. Sand based on the the Dead Sand, sorry. Based on the Xeon Zaku desert type with capabilities of burying inside the sand without worrying about sand clogging its machinery thanks to the backpack called Bag Dusters. I'm glad, Mafik, that you waved your hands in the air and just did away with the concern of getting sand in the machinery. I love a good bit of pseudoscience myself. Its weapon is an MP85 122mm machine gun. Only fires 20 rounds. That's enough to puncture a Nod Redeemer / Avatar. It was developed during the Dimension conflict where Nod came to the Broken Void to steal the Void crystals from the mines. This is like Celebrity Deathmatch over here. Arden has sent the 30th Armored Battalion to raid one of Nod's outposts somewhere in the Yellow Zones. Capture the Hand of Nod. Make a bunch of rocket troopers. Spam them. Spam the rocket troopers. They're one of the best units in the game. Fun fact, Crystalians didn't get harmed by the Tiberium's radiation because they're already dead. And one headless Crystalian accidentally scared a small group of GDI soldiers, thought it was a ghost, ended up abandoned in their small outpost. Full body version in the threads, I'm gonna have to take a look. The Bald Slapper. Oh, that's not nice to bald people. You better be careful. You better be careful with names like that, Mafik. Will Smith is gonna come for you. We all know he don't take no shit, apparently. Except, all the time. Yeah, it is. Oh, you read that it was? No, yeah. If you take the core concepts, as I said, that Ridley Scott wanted to explore in Prometheus, and you extract them from how they've been awkwardly shoehorned into the Aliens universe, and you just let them flourish in a completely separate and totally original universe, you get Raised by Wolves, right? The foreshadowing. This is... Little did we know. They say that, you know, life imitates art. Well done, Mafik. Let's have a look here at our full body. Oh, he's got the power skirt. He's rocking the power skirt. I'm gonna assume that's part of how he keeps the sand out of his britches. I'm also bald too. Well, you know, it's a good look. That gives you the right. You can make fun of Jada Pinkett Smith then, because it's not ableism, or whatever the complaint is. I don't know. The whole thing is so fucking stupid. I'm not even gonna get into it. I'm not even gonna get into it. Here we have from the Happy Heretic. Started working on a Golden Marauder this evening. Gonna be part of the Karita unit I'm making. It's gonna be called Lucky Dragons. 7 dragons leading 7 lances. Each dragon will be painted a different color, and their lance will match the color. This is a cool concept. This boy's gonna be part of the Gold Dragon's lance. How surprising based on his color. Mixed a gold pigment into some crappy silver oil paint from Michaels. Oh, apparently that's all you gotta do. Look at that. That came out pretty nice. Very, very shiny. Works well on the new chunky sculpt for the Marauder. I'm kind of falling in love with the true metallic metal oil paints. They're, I haven't... This has been an awkward period for me painting-wise, and it's been an interesting period for me to be on stream sharing it with everybody as I learn to oil paint, as I learn this whole new medium and kind of how to apply it, how to experiment with it, and what I want to do with it. So seeing other people working with oil paints has been very helpful. It could be called Dragonlance, and we could write 30 books about it, and then it could be completely forgotten, even though it should totally have been made into at least like having like a Netflix show at a minimum, right? And then like a bunch of other properties could like totally rip off images and concepts from it for decades, really, and never ever reference it. Yeah, that's what we could do. That could be something that happens. So glad I didn't waste $5 on that crappy oil paint. Voxel Forge, you have a good night, man. Thank you so much for hanging out. They're making more Dragonlance? Really? I thought that was well and truly dead by now. Oh my god, I've heard so many bad things about the Halo show, Altair. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna do it. But... mostly, not because I wouldn't. Not because if it was available to me, I would probably hate watch it in the way that I do. Mostly, I'm never gonna pay for Paramount Plus. That's what's gonna stop me. I don't want to watch any of their other goddamn shows either. Forward Unto Dawn looks like The Lighthouse compared to... You know what I watched the other day? I went back and I watched that Halo short that Neil Blomkamp did. Remember the one he did for ODST? The one that's I think it's 4 or 5 minutes long? That shit was great. It looked good. It sounded good. It had no dialogue and no English dialogue, but it had a storyline that you could follow. And I'm watching this and I'm thinking why isn't this a show? How do you fuck this up? This came out real damn nice. Real damn nice. I got on a bit of a tangent because all I'm really trying to talk about here is I'm still trying to learn how to use the metallic oils myself, but that's looking real good, Happy Heretic. Here we have from Shock21, having trouble getting a picture that shows the crystals well, but this is feeling finished to me. I could see it. I could dig it. I think that you could push more contrast in here if you wanted to, but at the same time, as much as I could look at this and I could say, well, why don't you try this? Why don't you try this? Well, why don't you try this? This looks pretty good. And if you feel like it's finished, and this is my honest advice to everybody who paints, if you struggle with this at all, if you get to a point on a mini where you're like, I want to be done painting this, but I feel like I've got more to do, a mini doesn't have to be done for you to be done painting it. And I think that, in my experience, it is healthier. It is healthier as an artist to move on to what's next and to what you're more excited by. And keep this as it is, because in a year's time, you're going to have a wonderful comparison piece to come back to and go, how have I changed? Not even how have I improved, just how have I changed? How has the way that I look at minis changed? How has the way that I look at color changed? The bright, vibrant green next to this sort of livid purple is just wonderful. I think you've done a really good job with the color contrasts on this. It looks damn fantastic. And you got 3 more of that model? There you go. Save it. Paint another one in a year and see what happens, right? So sad when my dad said he was hooked on the new Halo show, but then again, he knows that. Well, that's the thing, Sumitha. That's the thing. I think that show is targeted towards people like him who know nothing about Halo. And I think that we kind of have to accept that that's fine. Like, because ask yourself the question, Sumitha. Was your dad ever going to play Halo? Ever? Under any circumstances, is he ever going to play those games? Because if not, I mean, who cares? it's just a show. Yeah, I can forgive. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just not gonna watch it. Here we have from Mr. L Tier, finally done. Only took about 3 months on and off painting, but it is done. Hope you like it. P.S. Posted on Insta. Shameless plug. How dare you? How dare you, L Tier? Goddamn, that blue is gorgeous. I love the basing on him. I'm definitely going to take a look at him on Instagram for some of the close-ups on this guy. Real dramatic lighting you got for this photo. I know I've complimented the helmet before. That kit bash you did, I guess that's from one of the bikers, slightly modified. Oh, this came out nice. I keep giving video game projects to people who don't give a shit. Yeah, I think that they should just stop making movies based on video games. Because, like, the Mortal Kombat movie that they did just a little while ago is one of the best video game-based movies I've ever seen, and it was just goofy. I was laughing the whole time because the new character they introduced was just Clown Baby from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. One thing I might do is add something to the base. Go for it. Use that as an experimental piece, Shock, and know that you've got more ahead of you. Never let the perfect be the enemy of the good. You know that I'm right, Walter. You know that I'm fucking right, Walter's Workshop. Did you watch the movie? He was Clown Baby. If the characters don't do the same things, you have a vague frame of reference. Dresden Files. I like the Dresden Files show. It wasn't perfect. And I admit it, I watched it before I read any of the Dresden Files, but I like that actor Paul Blackthorne quite a lot. Yeah, it's totally accurate. I was as soon as like my wife said that, we're at the part of the movie where he was like fighting Goro and he was getting punched and he was charging up and she was like, "Oh, it's Clown Baby." Yes. Yes, it is. Altier, I love your choice of colors between keeping mostly focused on blue for the figure, little bits of gold, and then repeating some of that gold in the basing. I think was a good choice. It's a very coherent color scheme. I'm definitely going to have to take a look at the larger shots of it, Altier. Fantastic work. That looks fucking beautiful, man. For 10 mil an episode, it was not well executed. Yikes. Yeah, no, not so much. I'm so dreading the Lord of the Rings show. You guys have no idea. I finished my thing. Oh my god, I love the freehand. I love the freehand chaotic. These are big, broad panels. Those are tricky to paint. I like we got like a little blue glow effect, a little blue glow effect going on over here by the vent. Love the inclusion of the gold, which we have popping up periodically on your models. Again, I love the freehand. Your freehand has gotten so much cleaner since you've started doing it. And I mean, that's just the trick, man. You're never going to get better at it if you don't practice, if you don't just do it over and over. And you've done enough now that this is pretty legit. This is pretty legit. At a glance, I wouldn't assume that it was free-handed, barring a couple little funny lines in here. But if I wasn't looking that close, like this over here looks fantastic. Gorgeous work. Gorgeous work. Without video game movies, we wouldn't have Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, yeah, you can thank Paul W.S. Anderson and his awful, awful wife for that. Yeah, that's an insane price tag, Sumitha. Insane price tag. I can't imagine the show's gonna get more than a season, honestly. So at least we won't have to put up with it for very long. If you have Gandalf shit talking to you, know it's gonna be something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have high hopes. Here we have from Raven Cat, kind of simple, just playing with light. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. And there ain't nothing wrong with simple. I love what you've done with the cockpit here. This looks really nice. The fact that you've managed to differentiate, still using cool colors, the struts from the hull, and then the orange that you've used here. It's a very, very creative use of light and glare here. I like that quite a lot. I like the deep shadows you have on the blue across the hull here. I think playing with light is a good idea. Sometimes we just need to think about how light works, how light moves. And one of the best things I can think of for doing that, honestly, is there's a question I get a lot. People are like, how do you pick where your highlights go? How do I pick what part to highlight so it looks like light is shedding on it? First of all, I'd say stop worrying so much about it. It doesn't really matter that much. Just make it up. But if you really, really want to be accurate and you want to understand light to get the best look that you possibly can, honestly, take the Mini, shine light on it, and take pictures, and then study that. It's so simple. It's one of those things you're like, oh, why didn't I think of that? Well, you know, sometimes we need these things pointed out to us. Give that a try if that's something that you're trying to do. Because just watching the way light plays off us, like if you want to, I want my light source to be here. Okay, shine a light from that direction, take a picture, have that picture as you're painting the Mini, and just put the highlights where the highlights go. If you do that enough, you will start to intuitively understand where those highlights should go and how they relate to the shapes on the model. And before long, you'll be knocking it out without even thinking about it. I love the cockpit. I love the cockpit work that you've done there, Raven Cat. Here we have from Squared, been a bit of a downer of a week last week. Yeah, it has been a little bit of one. Haven't had that painting inspiration hit, but I did put together the trench foot that Thunderhead was kind enough to send me, and it came together great. I'm so pleased with this little guy. Oh, his... This arm's on upside down, but that's okay. That's okay. It doesn't have to be upside down. Technically, you can mount it any way you want. I'm fine with this, with the vent on top. It actually looks kind of cool. I will not be anal retentive about the assembly. Maybe I got, oh my god, Sumitha, maybe you're onto something. Maybe I tempted the gods and now I've got trench foot. Ah, shit. I still haven't watched, yeah, Arcane, I was just, I watched the first episode and I was like, I can already tell what these characters are going to be. I'll pass. It's a unique modification, there you go. You can have like a special pilot ability associated with it. I love that you're showing the flexibility of the arms, though. Hopefully we'll be able to add a few more D-scene mechs to this roster. My hope is still, and we're still working on this, I am hoping that in the next year we're going to be offering a handful of these D-scene style mechs, these Japanese-inspired mech designs in Cyto-Res. I'm not going to tell you that it's going to happen, because it might not. But there's a chance that it will. And if we can make that happen, oh man, that is going to be fucking awesome. Good assembly job on that there, Squared. I'm not even going to criticize the arm. Here we have from Grim Nation Hobbies, Scale 75 Flow oil paints have been fully reviewed. Here's the result of the testing. I put the primary paint set through the TLDW of the review. No, too long didn't watch. I was like, TLDW? TLDR, what are you doing? Didn't watch. Of the review videos is stay away. They have about the same pigmentation as Van Gogh, which is fine, but the consistency is too soft for real application of painting. They use way too much linseed, and I'm assuming no filler to stiffen the paint to a usable level. Yeah, I saw. They seemed really goopy. From all the included literature and the marketing on the box and their social media accounts. There's a period. That thing was supposed to be a comma. It threw me. From all the included literature and the marketing on the box and the social media accounts, these paints are for weathering and washes. It makes sense if people were to get a real oil paint that would lose money on the acrylic side of the business. So here. Let me put on my tinfoil hat for a moment, if you will bear it. Do you think that maybe they're trying to get ahead of this market as a trustworthy name and convince people not to get into fully oil painting by providing oil paints that aren't good for much more than washes and weathering? Because that product line is still a usable, sellable product line to support their acrylic line, and it might convince some people not to dive in. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not even saying it's likely. I'm saying, is it possible? No, but that's what I'm saying, pun expected, is like if it was just for that purpose, it would be a waste of money. But it's still a viable product line as a supporting product line to their acrylics. All the literature seems to indicate that they intend it to be used for washes and weathering. All I'm saying is that scale 75 flow is an inside job. Let's have a look at this. Well, you did a good job with what they gave you, but it is a little alarming to hear, Grim Nation, that it's still not dry after 6 days. God damn, dude. That's rough. I don't think they would have reached out to you or Wapple if that was the goal. Okay, fair enough. You know what? You're right. I was giving them way too much credit. Chances are they're just fucking incompetent. Let's just go back to that. Lovely work on this blue dragon. Oh, I love the purples in here. Actually, no, that's not going to be a purple, because there is no purple in that set, nor would it be easy to even mix a purple with the colors that you got. Come to think of it. You did manage to get an interesting tone to it. Well, I think what it is that this is blue, and then you use that turquoise for the scales, and that green is just making me see a little bit more of a purple in what's blue here. It is purple, and you're magic. Okay, I'm fine with that. I completely accept this explanation. Don't understand the need of an oil wash, only oil paint when all oil paint can be used for washes. That's the thing, though, pun expected. And this is what I fear about these companies getting into oil paints, is they specialize in taking something that is really, really simple and complicating it for the sake of selling you the same thing over and over with different labels. That's what painting companies, that's what miniature painting companies have done to acrylic paint. And if they can do it to oil paint, they will. That is my great concern. Oil painting, and the reason that I like oil painting right now is that it is deceptively simple. It is remarkably straightforward. And there's no money to be made in simple and straightforward. There is money to be made in complication. There is money to be made in granular marketing. And I always suspect that that's what they're trying to do. I always suspect it. Here we have from White Wolf, Setup Sunday, Setup Tuesday. Sorry, we're all out of Tacos edition. Well, that's a terrible edition. I don't like that. Some people take things one step at a time. Some people attempt to use reason or logic. To this fox, those two words imply digital audio workstations, and he has no idea why we're looking at him so confused. Yes, I'm serious. Reason is a program that's been around for over 2 decades. Oh, and logic is, well, an Apple thing. So no idea how long it's been around. I assume a while. Conceivably, yeah, sure. So instead of doing something rational, like trying to tell 12-hour print or printing useful this and that's, I did that on the weekend, we're going all in now that we've more or less kind of dialed in our filament settings. Printer will go faster, but I don't like how much it rattles the table and everything else on it, so for now it's limited to 100 millimeters per second until I can get a nice and sturdy workbench for it to sit on. All glory to the Hypnotoad. Model is a print-in-place Crystal Dragon by Cinderwing 3D. If it all pans out, it'll be fully printed in 3D Feels Pro PLA Grape Purple at 230 centigrade. Centigrade? Celsius? Did my brain just break? Is there a difference between centigrade and Celsius? There is, isn't there? Oh no, I saw it. I feel like I just forgot something fundamental. Yeah, I thought that they were the same. But then a part of my brain went, no, one's used for something else, but I don't think that's true? I think that's the same. Yeah. Celsius scale is a type of centigrade scale. Centigrade scale has 100 degrees between the freezing and boiling points. The original Celsius scale had a boiling point of 0 and a freezing point of 100. Ran in the opposite direction of okay, alright, so they're related enough, but with technical differences that I can pretend there's a reason that my brain just broke in the middle of a sentence. For those wondering, at 100% scale, it's about 2 feet long from nose to tail tip and consumes about 260 grams of filament, or a quarter of a roll, more or less. Not bad, really. There's a slim chance we will see the completed print during the storm report. I say slim because, look at that print time. Oh yeah, and this is being printed for hubby because, well, he wanted a dragon for some reason. Yes, I want one too, but I want terrain way more, and I'm going to be kicking some more your way here pretty soon. Oh, look at this guy. Well, I can't wait to see the finished job on him. And yeah, it's a... Yeah. I love those full day prints. They're always the best, aren't they? I like Celsigrade. There you go. They're the same. Trust the baker who converts between temps. So there's no functional difference. But there is, like, a technical difference if you want to argue it, which I think is what threw me off. Go by Kelvin, it's easier. Look, I am trying desperately to get on board with more sensible systems of measurement than we generally use here in the United States. I've managed to shift to the metric system and to Celsius for the most part. Let's not throw a wrench in those particular mental gears just yet. I don't disagree, Sumitha. They taught it to me as a kid, and now I'm stuck with it to a degree, man. An inch is 25 centimeters. That gets me through the 25 millimeters. Oh god, that gets me through the day. Oh, Mag, Notorious Maximus, our very own Cyber Knight. Hello, Backlog, my old friend. I've come to add to you once again some Power Complex and Manager's Special Runway Editions, plus the newest kaiju on the block, Newman. Oh, fuck. Yes, that. Yes. Yes, White Wolf. That is a fuzz boy. Look at how goddamn fuzzy. This is ridiculous. It's I love how I think my favorite thing is how patently disinterested he looks. He's just like, oh, whatever. He's in the full butt sit mode with the paws all aligned, just like It doesn't take much for me to want another Kitten Data Nerd. I'm very, very easy on that front. Loving the look of the Manager's Special. I like that Alex is doing these now. The idea is to... We've got so much in the Hextech line at this point that I think it has become... Because I've experienced this level of analysis paralysis before, when there's so many options that you go, what do I want? I'd better plan it out meticulously before I buy because there are so many options. And then that turns into not buying anything or over planning your board. And I think these Manager Specials are a great way to kind of break that, since we have so much Hextech now. Because you can just buy something like this, and this is enough. This is enough to build part of a board and all the pieces that you need for it. And then buy, another one later and continue adding on to it. I think it's a smart move on his part, and I'm really, really excited to see what he comes up with in the future. I love seeing these generator rings come together. If I could pick out one piece of Hextech that was maybe my favorite piece to design, and I like the way it came out the most, I think these generator rings might be my favorite individual piece. I really, really like them. I know that they kind of break the mold and that they're not fully hex supported across the ring, but it's only 3 hexes, What are you gonna do? Well, maybe not everything, Techno Sugar. I have an office full of delicate things, and I have a hard enough time keeping the cats out of here. Not sure how big of artillery you're gonna need to defend against that creature, but I can recommend some capital weapons. A nice big Gypsy Danger-style plasma cannon. Still have to print out the rings they print on their side, Vergata wrong. And this is something I had to explain to Alex after he got some of the printings of my hanger wrong. My files should be printed in the orientation that you receive them. Always. Believe me, I have oriented them that way for a reason. Just put them in the slicer, slice them, print them, move on. Trust me. Trust me. The B grade lots are still pretty nice. His B grades are nicer than most people's, trying really hard prints. In many ways, Alex is he's like the Paul Verhoeven of 3D printing. Like that period in the late 80s, early 90s where Paul Verhoeven got really, really sick of how stupid everyone was, so he made a series of action movies sarcastically, and now those action movies are among the greatest action movies that have ever existed. And he probably judges you for the fact that you like them as much as you do. It's that. He's really fed up with how much everybody sucks at 3D printing and how much they overcomplicate it. And he does really great prints, just to prove that he can. He's not even doing it to be nice to you or to provide a good product. He's doing it just to prove that everyone is stupid. And that's why they come out so nice. So I'm saying take advantage of his contempt and his smug self-assurance and get yourself some wonderful B grades. The Printer King of Saskatchewan. Oh shit, I'll keep going then. The final results of the highlighting study God, my foot fucking hurts. Did with the MCC Reckoning. I asked about the color scheme for earlier. Is that Reckoning? Reckoner. Asked about the color scheme for earlier. Really tried to push myself and get a better feel for the effective use of highlights and shadows, as well as Baby's first non-metallic metal effect. There are definitely mistakes and things I would do differently. The cockpit particularly doesn't feel quite right to me, but this was a learning piece, and I learned, and that's what's important. Overall, I'm happy with the results and feel like I got a nice dynamic display piece out of the project. Once again, huge shout out to the Magnatorious Maximus, aka Cyber Knight, aka Metal Core Collectibles, for the amazing model, which was a joy to paint. And to Kursala and Rainy River Designs, who provided about half of the paints on this, including the base and middle tone greens and all the metal tones, plus the PPC effect wash. Deleted original in progress post to show off the nice completed pick instead, and how lucky we... God damn! Ooh, that is nice. That is hot. That is striking. Yeah, I'd say you're on the right track with the NMM. It's very simple. I can see what you did. You've picked good spots. My advice on it, I'm not gonna overcomplicate the advice. I'm just gonna say, push the contrast. That's as far as I can tell. That is the real secret to non-metallic metals. You got to push that contrast. You want real deep darks, and you want some very concentrated, super high highlights. So I would just say, keep doing what you're doing. Just do more of it. Grim Nation, you have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for hanging out. These greens are fucking sexy. Oh man, look at that. The turquoise and the kind of forest green just work so well together, and that focal point of yellow right in the middle, balanced out by the yellow on the APC that he's standing on. This is a gorgeous piece, and it really shows off the detail in the model and the nice chunky panel lines that make painting these so damn easy. This is a fantastic job. And folks, don't forget, hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over to Rainy River Designs, where our very own Kursala and Data Nerd have a line of acrylic paints that are, they're great. Not just paints, but washes, basing materials, glazes. Definitely go check them out if you haven't already. Damn good work, POV. Here we have from Whirlin97. This is the blue. Yes, Thunderhead, this is another one of your designs. So it is. To start with, just a bit of feedback on the file. Did notice for some reason the barrels of the cannon are slightly different size than the two prints I made with that gun. Really? But you cannot tell unless you're looking straight up the barrel. Included an in-process picture this time so you can see the mech with just the flat black base coat and the blue canopy. One turned out well, and I'm pumped to finish up the final two colors of the 9. Gonna have to delay a bit though, since the printer on the last prints cracked and have to reprint them. Oh, since the primer. I was gonna say the printer cracked. Oh, good God. Oh, that reminds me, I'm getting a Mars 3. That's beside the point. Then gonna post a group picture before moving on to a new project with all the lessons I learned, making and using the metallic washes. Such an interesting idea. And yes, I do appreciate the before, just so I can kind of wrap my head around what's going on here. This is such an interesting idea. Metallic washes, and remarkably effective for what they're doing. The barrels are different sizes. That's going to make me paranoid. I'm going to have to go look at the files now. I wonder how that happened. I'm usually so careful. I need to revisit all these files anyway to make some improvements, though. These were very much learning projects at the time. It's such an interesting effect. I kind of want to see one in person. I feel like it's the only way I can really wrap my head around it. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the final product of your experimentations. Here we have from Punexpected. This is what I painted while chilling at Adepticon. La Shara. Oh! I'm sorry. Just give me a second. Okay. La Shada by Creepy Tables. I got a lot of help while sitting next to API Error, and seeing API Error art in person was really interesting. I pretty much spent most of my time at Fort Wapple if I wasn't wandering the vendor hall trying to keep my wallet in my pants. Yeah, I want to go ride Wapple's coattails. That's the real reason I want to go to Adepticon next year. Oh, this is lovely. For some chilling around Adepticon work, this is lovely. Really good job on the flesh tones and the hair. These are really some of your... If I had to pick out your strengths as a painter, Unexpected, it's getting that hair sheen and some really interesting flesh tone work that you've done, particularly recently. I love the use of the blues in the snake scales too. That really pops out at me. Makes the scales look just really, really nice and rich. A little bit data nerd. a little bit. Yeah. Wasn't really thinking about what my foot was doing right there, and I paid for it. Some of that is paint I made myself. Oh, unexpected. You and your flexes. Here we have from Sam Many. Little Naria, Garden of Time from Robot Rocket. Still blending and colors to add, but getting there. I've seen a few people working on this bust recently. It's an interesting design. I like it. I like what you're doing with the reds, too. They really stand out. You kind of balance well on this side with the flesh tones that you get from the other angle. It is such an extreme piece, and this is a great piece for doing these non-metallic metal blends on, because it has this very particular conical and very, very exaggerated conical shape. Like, this is a wonderful piece to practice on, because where the highlights should go is just, like, blatantly obvious, so you can think less about complex patterns and focus more on just the overall shape and the overall blend. And this is really, really lovely. Definitely selling the effect very effectively and loving the skin tones. God, that face. Filled with so much contempt. So much. Jay Schaefer, thank you for the reminder. Ah. Sam Many, okay, at this point, I'd be lying if I said that I was surprised when I click on a Sam Many and we get excellent flesh tones, good NMM, fantastic blending, but I mean, I gotta say it, because it's true. But it's like saying, the package that I got from Amazon came in a box. Like, fucking of course it did. Sam Many's a goddamn great painter. It's kind of crazy. Here I have from Mike, the Shiny Mew. Changed my Eagle Bear into a proper Owl Bear. Oh, why? I mean, I like it, don't get me wrong, Mike. But I'm a big proponent of keeping what you've done and moving on to the next thing and doing something new. I'm a big proponent of that, and preserving your past work specifically so that you can kind of come back to it and examine it later on. I said owlbear, didn't I? Now that came out of the bare-ass Scary Woods. Yeah, I can see that. I liked the Eagle Bear. I thought that was a really, really cool paint scheme you had going on there. I appreciate that you've differentiated the browns using that ruddier red brown out there. Now, I'll tell you something, Mike. If you're not familiar with or you haven't done dry brushing before, I could not pick out a more perfect miniature to test the technique on than this. It has so much texture. It has so many upward-facing angles. It has good curvature to the muscles underneath the feathers. If you're playing around, if you're trying new things, I'm gonna say try out some dry brushing. You may be shocked at what you can achieve with something that has this much texture on it. It makes it so easy on you. Still, though, lovely colors. I like the kind of blue tone you put to the claws. That helps them stand out against the rest of the, I want to say fur, but they're feathers. It's an owlbear. It's an owlbear. Nocturnal Miniatures, you're always welcome to. We reset the Storm Report right after it concludes, so anything that you post after this stream will be seen on the next one. Here we have from Merlin Models. Been trying to avoid being burnt out by doing more than just painting. Never refurbished a hammer before. I'm intrigued. This is about 90% done. Need to sand the metal with a finer grain sandpaper, then polish it with cold bluing. Then I can finish it by inserting the metal wedge in the top. That's what she said. Very happy with this first attempt. New handle was bought online and sanded to fit. Used a belt sander for the first time today and didn't hurt myself. That's the important part. Well, shit, that ball peen hammer is coming together real nice, isn't it? Look at that. This is one of the... It's cool. It's cool. Don't get me wrong, Merlin. I actually find this fascinating. I like tools, and I like the refurbishment of old tools. I've always found it fascinating. I'm not great at it myself. I've done a few jobs similar to this. It just seems like such a fucking random thing. I'm trying not to get burnt out on painting, so here's a hammer that I'm restoring. I love it. I love it. You're a man of many, many talents, Merlin. Go to my printing office. You can always hit, did I update it? I think exclamation point STL should still be accurate. Nocturnal Minis, if you go to my Instagram and look at the terrain post I made a little while ago, it's a terrain set that I'm releasing here in the near future that is a series of, yes, that is accurate. That is technically accurate, it's just not very helpful. But I've got a few renders of it on my Instagram, if you want to check it out. It's sort of a building block terrain set. I'm calling it Battle Lego, because that's pretty much what it is. Nice work, Merlin. This just in, I have no idea when or where the official photo will appear if it does, but dude, I'm so happy to be in this cosplay. Oh, it's the Beatty. And the Guns of Tanith. Look at this. Look at this, we got Colm Corbic right up front. That beardy, greasy bastard. There should be Nocturnal. If you go down below chat, there should be a link tree link that'll take you to my link tree. From there, you should be able to find links to everything you're curious about. This set is not for sale yet. I'm hoping to have it. My original aim was to have it done by the end of the month. It's going to take a little bit longer than that. I'm aiming for end of the first week of April. I should be able to fire it off, and it's just because I keep adding pieces to it. I'm hoping to have a lot more pictures of it soon. It's a really exciting sci-fi terrain set as far as it's not overly complicated, but it does give you a lot of options using a few simple pieces to build interesting, playable, tactically... I don't want to use the word interesting again, because I already used that to describe it, but tactically interesting boards for your sci-fi wargaming. This is wonderful. You guys look like you had so much damn fun, Merlin. Every time I see these photos, I'm like, it's been too long since I cosplayed, man. It's been too damn long. I should make a Nod Trooper helmet. No, technically I should make a lot of things. Huh. Well, anyway. It's accurate, just not helpful. I'm glad that many people related to that. Oh, I think also exclamation point Steel Warrior will get you a link over to where you can actually buy my files. I have a lot of files for free on Thingiverse as well, though. Saw a Judge Dredd mini earlier. Was it one of the Warlord minis ones? Because I like their sculpts. Oh, whoa. Merlin, that's it. I'm getting the mallets. Oh, wait, that was supposed to be in an accent that I didn't do. One of my first tools I've made that works as it is supposed to. It's a mallet. It mauls. It mouths. You could almost say it's a baby maul. Ooh. Well, now you done whittled this out of an actual piece of wood, didn't you? That's pretty cool. Just from tree to mallet, huh? I have never made a tool from scratch. I have restored tools. I have never made a tool from scratch. That's pretty damn cool. Nicely finished, too. I dig it. A woodsmithy. I buy it. More of one than I am. I'm a shitty carpenter. I'm just awful at it. Oh man, here we have from Dware Wildstar. Tried to edit my other post, but I'm not good at Discord. Took a break from painting Legion to work on some Marvel. Crisis Protocol finished with Mystique, but Colossus is still a work in progress. What? He comes with a Sentinel arm? That's pretty cool. Mystique is looking nice. I like the shading on the white in particular. These, they make good minis. I know that I had my little rant about MCP and AMG earlier, but the quality of the minis they've been putting out is unimpeachable. Don't want to use the same word again, so I'll use the same word again with an adjective. There you go. I'm going to pretend that it's a compound word, so technically a different word. I'm loving the Colossus so far. That red-yellow combination is coming together nicely with the kind of orangey, saturated shadows. Yellow and red together are both tricky colors to work with. Oh, he's stomping on a Sentinel. Is that a Sentinel head? It looks like a Sentinel's face. That he's stomping into the ground there, too. That's pretty cool. I don't think I've actually seen the Colossus mini. I've seen the Mystique one a few times. By the way, great job on her red hair. That really came out nice. I'm looking forward to seeing Colossus finish, though. Damn, he's so dynamic. And you've done a really, really good job picking out the banded panels on his steel skin, too. First time you painted yellow, you did a good job at him. The first time I painted yellow, it didn't come out anywhere near as smooth or with anywhere near as much depth. Really, really good job to Wear Wildstar. Here we have from Merlin Models. Nope, we don't. I lied. This is from Negative Charisma, aka Pixel Gent, and I do love this one. No introduction required. It is pretty slick. Been switching over to Blender and getting some interesting stuff done. Not only did you sculpt it, but you printed it and painted it. What a flex. Look at that GDI Tiberium Harvester. I like it with the like Tiberium dust kind of shattered all over the scoop you have up front here. And this is in 6mm scale. Then we got some nice textured bases over here. Very, very nice. And some busted up steel doors. Kind of looks like they've been broken off their hinges. You got like bullet holes and dents in them with this lovely kind of oily, grimy coloration. And as far as I know, these are all things that you have designed and printed yourself. Obviously, in the case of the Harvester, we can see that. And this little guy's in 6mm scale. The doors from Necromunda? Oh, okay, I had no idea. I don't know. I'm not gonna visually identify anything from Necromunda. I just ignore Games Workshop as much as I can. Whew. This is cool though. Every time I've looked at those harvesters, like, I like what you did here with the way that it looks like the scoop is supposed to break off the crystals and then just roll them up to this little roller here, and then it gets processed back into the storage tank. Because even from the concept art, it's never really clear how this shape is putting Tiberium back into this tank. You released it for free? Fantastic. Really, really cool stuff, man. I think I spy the colors you used for the Tiberium right here, no less. Some of that Pro Acryl. I do love Command & Conquer. I love it so much. I'm glad other people like it as much as I do. Here we have from Automat Americana. The back end of the torso is just barely starting to take shape as the front is more or less done being detailed. Unless I think of something I absolutely must do, I'm sure you will. Approaching the point where I call it done and move on to the legs, I've come up with a standard by which to tell when a mech or part of a mech is done. Looking at it's gotta make rules of nature from Metal Gear Rising. Rules of nature from Metal Gear Rising. Oh, there's a comma. Looking at it's got to make Rules of Nature from Metal Gear Rising Revengeance start playing in my head. It's a song. It's a song that I don't know. Okay. Might be cheesy and silly, but that's how I can tell I got the energy I want. No. Dude. I'm going to tell you something, Automat. I have a word. I have a word for what you're describing. Passion. That's called passion. That's what you've got. You're making something that excites you. You're making something that inspires you. I would put forward that if working on models like this, if designing these models, if painting these models isn't firing your imagination, I'm not going to say you are, but you might be doing it for the wrong reasons. Now, I don't presume to tell people that they have the wrong reason for doing art. I'm just saying maybe it's something to consider if working on these things is not firing up that passion inside of you. If it's not feeding the child that lives in us all. I love that the PPC comes all the way through the torso, by the way. That's a nice touch. Details are looking good. Details are looking good. We gotta get you printing more regularly, Automat. Because I'm telling you, man, once you can start running these test pieces off real quick on your resin printer, it's going to change the way that you sculpt. Here we have from Kursala. When I finished up the Makira, I was close. I was planned to have two variants. Right arm was either a cannon or laser, and the backpack was either jets or no jets, with one being the export version that was sold to mercenaries, and then I realized I had an alternate mech plan that was based on this chassis. Decided to just make that one into the export version and restrict the Makira to the parent faction. Left side is the Makira, and the right side is the Copiece. That eschews its parent's design, nice use of the word by the way, the parent design's main battle doctrine for a more specialized mech hunting philosophy. Reliance on ammunition means it has poor battlefield endurance, but the two rapid-fire cannons are an excellent way to keep opposing mechs on the ground. The numerous small tweaks will hopefully make it distinct enough on the table and not be confused for each other, but we'll just have to wait and see. Bonus points if you can identify all the changes. Oh no, I hate this game. I don't want to play this game. I would probably sit here and do this if right now I wasn't thinking, oh my god, I want to immerse my foot in an ice bath. I mean, okay. This is just cheating, though. You know that I like vertical firing LRMs. You know I'm into that already. I remember the art for this guy that Project Dark Fox did. It's so cool to see this coming together, coming to life, emerging into reality. I'm going to have another look at it a little bit later, Kursala, but the leg design. So what I'm getting from this is a little bit of the angle of the toes. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of the, like, Mad Cat versus Rakshasa out of this. That's kind of what I'm taking away from the design differences. I can dig it. I can dig it, Kursala. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster Thunderhead-related meme. Not sure what to call this, but I felt amused and decided to make this for no better reason than because I can. It's true. There can be only one Thunderhead studio. And the time that I add more is when I get shot the fuck up. I do love this piece of art. And as Sumatha noted, he asked me about this. He asked me a while ago if he could include my logo and my title in Operation Lancaster. And as I told him then, really just the brand, just the logo is all I really want to be clearly visible. I don't want it to be an actual advertisement for myself or for anything that I'm doing. This is your project, Sumatha. This is you. So however much you want to include is fine, but the one thing I do not want to do is draw attention from it. So I got shot to shit apparently by Matt Plog. But the brand remains. The brand stays. The Thunder Stud remains standing proud and erect. Sumatha, thank you for sharing that little Easter egg with us, and I continue to love it. The brand means so much to me on a personal level. I love seeing it. I really do. Thank you, Sumatha. Thank you for the opportunity to be included, man. In so many ways, like that's the least of the ways that you included me, and I'm so incredibly honored by it. Here we have from Bridget Wolf, sliding into the last minute as a 1,000-piece puzzle has kept me occupied for the last 6-something hours. Yeah, it'll do that. This is my first time ever using watercolors. Dollar General brand watercolors to be exact, which might actually be a bit more like gouache. I'm not going to split hairs over it. I think it came out well overall. Also, to mention, I did not draw the line art. Printed out a coloring book page from my website of free pages, traced it to watercolor paper. Always have a tendency to use coloring book pages when testing out or trying a new art supply for the first time. Makes sense, because it's less thinking you have to do about the overall shapes. The colors look low. I love the background. Like, the colors have all come together nicely. But I love what you've done with the background. The part that you really had the freedom to experiment with. This is gorgeous. The turquoise swirls. And this is, as I understand it, part of the strength of watercolor is that you can do effects like this relatively simple. I've never done watercolor myself, but I'm obviously, loosely familiar with it. Ever tell you guys that I was, like, super duper into Sailor Moon? I learned recently that I was super duper into a version of Sailor Moon that was, like, sanitized for American audiences. I did not realize until recently how much the story of Sailor Moon was changed by the production company Deke, who aired them in the United States originally. But they changed significant portions of the story and the characterization of Sailor Moon. And I admit, recently I have felt a little bit of an urge to go to the more modern translations of the show and watch it all the way through. I don't know if I'm going to do it, but I do feel, not the same at all. No, that's, there's a guy on YouTube called Toy Galaxy. He does fucking fantastic videos on toys and IPs and Americanization of Japanese properties. And it's pronounced Deke, White Wolf. They literally say it when it pops up on the screen. The little sunburst, and it goes, and you hear a little kid go, Deke. Because they knew that people like you were out there when they did it. Like, make the child say Deke, not Dick. No. Watched the same Americanized version as a kid. Yeah, and I realized, like, I considered myself to be a Sailor Moon fan for a long time, and now I feel like I don't know that I am. I can't honestly say that I am, because I don't think I've actually watched it. Okay, fair enough, Sumitha. Fair enough. This is lovely, though. Colors all came out well. I'm in love. I'm in love with the blending that you did in the background here. That's fantastic, Techno Sugar. Here we have from Project Dark Fox, Thomas the Tank Destroyer. The Tomlin Tank Destroyer, pardon, has, from Rainy River, has some art. I like it. Park it. You got a little rock star going on back here. Yeah, park it permanently. Kablamo. It's such a cool design for being a tank destroyer. I kind of like these like heat sink looking things back here. That's pretty neat. Lovely work as always, Project Dark Fox. I love your line art. I've got to get you to do some more for me. I realize that you literally have multiple projects that you have done for me that I haven't made models of yet, but I still want more. Call me greedy, because what can I say? I am loving the design, loving the art. Guitar star, I assume rock star. That's the only thing that I can imagine. Capacitors for the mag driver. Yeah, that's what I get from them. Is heat sinks or something to do with, yeah, like the magnetic launcher. And it also sells it here with the sort of magnetic acceleration rings going down the barrel, like I can picture the increasing speed. As it just thumps a nasty chunk of tungsten right out the end, Park it is accurate, the thing is a monster. Just pop a hole right through that engine block, am I right? No, just a giant fucking dork, Ren, that's all. Here we have from White Wolf. Why am I talking like this? I have no idea. Let's keep doing it. Here we are, a good 23.5 hours in, and he's definitely not going to make the Storm Report as a finished Crystal Dragon. World's not going to end. Just look at that delightful smirk. Mainzel says he's going to finish about 2 hours after cutoff, and I've got no plans staying up that late, so I'll check on him in the morning, and then probably put out more fresh Hex Tech terrain on the build plate. Okay, I'll stop it now. I'll literally never do that again. That's a pretty cool dragon. I couldn't quite make out the little crystal details before on the render preview, but this is pretty neat. This is a flexi too, isn't it? Damn, the flexis are getting complicated. Spiky boy, indeed. Lovely looking print, coming out very nice. I want to see a video of it flexing. That's my demand, White Wolf. And this just in case anyone's curious, is the first few prints of my Voron Trident 300 here. Take a look. Colors are 3D Fuel Pro, PLA Autumn Orange, Replatech Sleek Everyday Purple, Replatech 3D 850 Everyday Gray, and 3D Fuel Pro, PLA Great Purple. You've got a variety of prints, but yeah, I couldn't resist the single hex slums and the geothermal exchangers from the respective Hex Tech lines. Why so many orange cards? Guess what I mainly use to dial in the 3D Fuel Pro PLA? I'm guessing the cards. That's my guess. Yeah, that's my guess. Oh, I love seeing Hex Tech. I love seeing it. It is born in my mind, and then I just kind of throw it out into the internet, and every now and then I get to see it living in someone's house, and it feels so nice. Even if it's just something simple like my little thermal exchangers. Sounds like a Power Thirst ad. Oh god, there's a blast from the past, isn't it? Really, really lovely prints though, White Wolf. That printer has clearly come together well, and I look forward to seeing if you're doing more Hex Tech. I tune my files very, very carefully, so I imagine you're gonna have no problems with any of them, and I'm excited to see some of the products. But that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report and the end of tonight's stream. Oh. That's unfortunate, Ren. It gets late. It gets late and a lot of people aren't on. Let me see who is on, who is doing what is going on where. Let's have a little peeky peek, shall we? Oh, AA Minis is going steep T. Crocodile. Urkdad. Oh, Mongolian Jeef playing some Cycle Frontier. Goblin Welder. Let me see what he's doing. And let me check out AA Minis. Yeah, Croc, he's not on very often, but I do like that guy a lot. He's a good dude. AA Minis is ending right now, and he was mostly pitching some new minis that he was doing, apparently. He had some foot troubles, if you remember correctly. Wow, samesies, bro. How long has he been on? Let me see. We never get to raid Crocodile. God, he's been on for like 5 hours. Hang on, let me get through this commercial. What even is this? Why am I asking? No, the marketing wants me to ask. It wants me to see the commercial and go, what is this? Ugh, let me give you money. I will not do it. This might be a product that I'm interested in. I don't care. I'm not going to do it. I refuse. You can't market to me. I am invulnerable. Or maybe just bitter. Maybe just bitter. Is he, like, ending soon?
On the other fucking wall every time you turn around. It was such a weird layout. I looked at some weird stuff. They do some crazy stuff. I was gonna finish my stream ages ago.
Nope, he's ending his stream. Okay, so we're not gonna do Crocodile. Poop!
Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Goblin Welder's going strong. We're gonna go over and we're gonna see Goblin Welder. Folks, I know a lot of you may be turning in for the night, but if you feel like doing me a favor, I do always try to raid you into interesting streamers. So if you feel like sticking around for just a couple of minutes to go with the raid, make a little bit of noise, check out the stream just for a few minutes before you go. If it seems like the kind of place you want to hang out, please consider dropping a follow. Remember, folks, follows are free, and they're absolutely the lifeblood of the Twitch community. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I know I thanked you earlier. I'm going to go ahead and thank you again. I've been in a lot of pain. It's stupid pain, it's distracting pain, and what I needed was a distraction from it. This stream has done a great job with that. Actually made some good progress on my Karist troopers. I think we'll be able to speed this process up as we continue to go. I will be back Thursday, the 31st. We will not be painting on Thursday. We will be doing some 3D modeling, finishing up the base design work that I have been doing recently, and then we will be painting Sunday the 3rd and Tuesday the 5th, continuing on with Maelstrom's Edge. As we get done with Maelstrom's Edge, we'll be rolling on over into Mantic. We're going to be painting some Forge Fathers. We're going to be painting some Veermen, Space Rats, Space Dwarfs. Who isn't into that? Squeezel, thank you so much for that resub. You amazing person, you, slipping in right at the end. Just the way I like it. A huge thank you, as always, to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report. I love seeing your work so much. And as always, a huge thank you to my amazing mod team, without whom none of this would be even remotely possible. I'm going to fire you on over to Goblin Welder and go get myself something to eat and soak my foot a bit. So until next time, folks, keep on painting.